of course, is going to be the NXT AEW war. And we found out today that there's going to be the first, I think, half an hour is going to be commercial free for NXT. So they, just when you thought, oh, I don't know how they can stack it anymore, they found a way of stacking it further. So it does mean that we are getting the first, I think it's 30 minutes of NXT commercial free. So yeah, tomorrow just got that little bit juicier. And yeah, I can't wait. I mean, we said there's a lot of hype around Fastlane, of course, because it was a premium live event. We had Seth against Shinsuke, and obviously, you know, a lot of excitement because we only get one a month. But I don't think it's unfair to say that there's more hype around what's going to go down tomorrow. There's more hype around the NXT AEW war. So this feels like the starter, doesn't it, to me? This feels like a little taster this evening. We're going to get a little taste of wrestling, but the main course drops in 24 hours time. And really excited, man. Really excited. I mean, it's going to be great to see The Undertaker. And I already know it's not going to be anything special. I already know it's going to be like a lot of those other times that we saw The Undertaker. Do you remember at Raw 25? When he came out to the ring and basically said, I'm going to keep digging holes and taking souls. And that was about it. And then he left again. I reckon it's going to be something along those lines. He'll come out, tease that he's impressed with some of the talent. He likes what he's seeing. And who knows, we might see him again one day. Something like that. And then, boom, he'll be gone again. So I'm not expecting anything massive. I would love there to be a confrontation between Joe Gacy and The Undertaker. I would love that, because Joe Gacy probably feels like the closest we've got to that kind of darker, mysterious mystique. That's probably the closest we've got down in NXT. So I'd love something there, but I'm not going to hold my breath for it, right? I'm going to be watching it, but I'm not going to hold my breath for it. So yeah, unfortunately, I'm not sure we're going to get much there, but I'm still excited to see what it's going to be. And as well as that, of course, we've got Asuka tomorrow. She's taking on Roxanne Perez. As well as that, we've also got John Cena on the show, Paul Heyman on the show. There's a lot to look forward to in 24 hours' time. But what have we got tonight? That's what I can hear people asking. What have we got for Raw? That's tomorrow. We're live tomorrow. We're going to be starting at least on time, probably earlier than usual. I'm trying to move Wrestling Escape Pod this week so that we can start early tomorrow and really nail it down so that we're here for a good few hours before NXT. So, but that's tomorrow. What we've got today is we've got Becky against Tegan for the NXT Women's Championship. Obviously, this match we was meant to get a few weeks ago, but we're getting it now. Raquel colliding with Nia Jax, so we've got that. And also, we've got Kofi looking for retribution against Ivar in a Viking rules match. So, Kofi, Ivar, Viking rules, Raquel against Nia, Tegan Nox takes on Becky Lynch. As well as that, we're going to have all the fallout from Fastlane as well. So we're going to be hearing from Seth, I'm sure. What next for Shinsuke? What next for Seth? What next for Judgment Day? Where does this leave JD McDonough? What next for Damian Priest and Balor and Rhea? You know, Rhea's got to defend that women's title against someone. Are we going to find, could it be the winner of Raquel and Nia will be next in line for Rhea? So, you know, there's a lot of things that we need to sort out tonight. But as we said, for me, the main course drops in 24 hours' time. Let's jump into the chat, shall we? And see what people are talking about. There's a few bits out there, news-wise. So we'll jump in and see where the conversation is. Aesthetic Delta said NXT is getting more buzz than Roman this Friday. You know it's going to be a 1.5 rating. Do you know, I genuinely, I don't know. It's very hard to know what NXT is going to do because it's going up against AEW. So normally Raw is unopposed, apart from like Monday Night Football. And sports-wise, I don't know what's on a Tuesday. So, but what I do know is that it's AEW that's going to take some of that traffic away. It's going to be a battle. I think NXT feels going to win that battle. To be honest, I'm not bothered who like wins the battle. I will be very interested to see who wins the battle. But if AEW was to lose, I think that they, I mean, obviously it depends on the numbers, but it's a bit like when SmackDown moves or like, you know, when we see other shows move, there can be some disruption there. And I think that even though it is Edge's first match, it's clearly going up against something very special. You know, it's clearly going up against a show that's been stacked, commercial-free, Undertaker, Cena on the show, Cody with a massive announcement. So I sort of feel like NXT should win. I don't know what the number's going to be, but I would expect it to be 1 million, right? I would expect 1 million. I also think that AEW tends to do about 800,000, 850. It's moving, so that will probably dip, but then it is Edge's first match, and they have got like Daniel Bryan, and if you're an AEW fan, it's not a bad-looking card. I don't think it can hold a candle to what NXT are doing, but maybe it'll still come in with an 800,000, even though it is moving nights, and there is going to be disruption there. So my guess would be 1 million for NXT, 800,000 for AEW, right? It might not make it that much, though. It could be 900,000 NXT, 700,000 AEW. But I think there'll be a healthy gap between them. And at the moment, my gut is saying that NXT looks like it's got more buzz around it. It looks like it's got more momentum. I mean, all the early indicators are I'm seeing people talk about NXT. I'm not seeing people talking so much about AEW outside of the... to be honest, not even Edge's match is getting like... I'm not seeing people talk about like, I can't wait for Edge against Luchasaurus. Like, I'm just not seeing those conversations. Maybe they are on social media and I'm just not seeing them. But to me and what I'm seeing, it certainly feels like there's more hype around the NXT show. But as I said, I'm not too worried about the ratings because for me, we're just eating good. As wrestling fans, we're eating good. If you want to watch both, and many of you will, then, you know, you can flick between the channels and you're going to be spoiled. I mean, there's just going to be so much great stuff on. Or you can watch one, record the other, and watch it later, and you're going to have an amazing time. Or if you're a diehard WWE fan, well, I mean, major announcement from Cody, Undertaker on the show, John Cena on the show, Carmelo Hayes against Bron Breakker, Asuka taking on Roxanne Perez. Like, it's a WWE fan. Or if you're a hardcore AEW fan, Edge's first match, I think Danielson's in action, Moxley's on the card, Jericho's on the card. Like, their show is stacked as well. So you can't lose, can you, really? Doesn't matter what you watch, what you support. If you want to watch them both, if you want to watch one, you can't lose. So I think the rating stuff is going to be obviously a big talking point. Everyone's going to want their side to win. And if you're a wrestling fan, I would imagine you're still going to be interested in the numbers. So everyone's going to be looking at those numbers tomorrow. But if AEW was to beat NXT, that would be big. That'd be a big deal because they've moved nights. So for them to move to a Tuesday and beat NXT, it would be a big deal. But and vice versa, if NXT beats AEW at the end of the day, what's it gonna matter? It's 1 week. It's a one-off week. A weird one-off week. Really, it's bragging rights, isn't it? That's what it comes down to. It doesn't mean anything other than bragging rights for this 1 week. You know, it's just that if you're a diehard WWE fan and you can't stand AEW, if NXT wins, you can brag about it. Just like if your team, it's like the New York Yankees are playing the Cubs or whoever it is, right? Well, whoever the Lakers and the Clippers, right? These two teams, fierce rivals. Is it like the Yankees and the Boston Red Sox? Maybe might be that. I don't know. Probably could have gone with a sport that I know a bit more about, to be honest. But either way, you get my point. Two rival sides going up against each other. But rather than it being a game where they're trying to score more points, it's about who can get more viewers. And that's it, really. I mean, it's just a one-off bragging rights thing, innit? Still exciting, but yeah, for me, just hyped about what we're going to be watching. I'm just hyped about what the shows are going to actually deliver. So, but yeah, we'll see. We'll see what the ratings come out as. I will be, like everyone else, keeping a close eye on that tomorrow when they, or Wednesday, sorry, when they drop that info. Mitchell, shout out to you, said, fun question. If you had to do a Survivor Series match, Team WWE against Team AEW against Team NXT, who would you choose? Don't know. I mean, like, to be honest, when it comes to stuff like that, I mean, I hate to break this to you, Mitchell, but wrestling is scripted. So, do you know what I mean? You can put, like, the big stars on the shows, but it's not, like, it depends where that is going to take place. If it's going to take place on the main roster in WWE, then Team WWE are going to win it. So, I mean, it doesn't really matter who you put on the teams, does it? I know, like, I'm being a bit too serious about it, but, I mean, I'd probably just end up naming all the big stars. Against Team AEW, you're going to want your Danielsons, you're going to want your Roman Reigns', you're going to want your John Moxley's, you're going to want your Kenny Omegas, you're going to want your Seth Rollins', you're going to want your Bron Breakers, Ilya Dragunovs, Carmelo Hayes's. You know what I mean? Like, you're just going to want the top ends. And then, like, if you want to speculate as to who would win, well, if it's going to take place in AEW would win. If it's going to take place in WWE would win. If it's going to take place in NXT, I'd imagine NXT would win. So if you put it on if for somehow you was able to put it on, like, in a neutral promotion, like, I don't know, CMLL, right? Who I don't think have got connections with anyone. I don't think they've got connections with AEW. New Japan do, and AAA do, so you can't do it there. Impact did have, don't know where they stand now, though, to be honest. But if there was a way of putting it in a neutral promotion, that would be interesting. That would be interesting, then. Because all of a sudden, then, I don't know who would get it. I would imagine it would probably be a real screwy finish, and it would just be a case that, like, none of the teams would win or lose or something. I don't know. Perhaps the lights would go out or something, and so we never actually... Or the show ends mid-match. The show just comes to a close, and we don't actually see how it concludes. So, yeah, when it comes to stuff like that, you're just going to scrape the top end, aren't you, really? Days, did you see the cricket is being considered to be a part of the 2028 Olympics, says Bembo Sports. I did. I think they're looking at 2020, aren't they? Which would make sense, obviously. It'd be great for cricket. It'd be great for me because I love cricket. And it would be great for cricket. It would expose it to maybe more countries that don't play and might get them interested in the sports. Cricket could really do. I mean, like, cricket is one of the world's biggest, most played sports because, like, India absolutely love it, and there's, like, what, 1 billion people there. And then, like, it's obviously very popular in England and Australia and, you know, lots of different places, South Africa and blah, blah, blah. So it is played in a lot of countries, and it is loved by, like, billions around the world. But, you know, it'd be great to see the USA get a team. It'd be great to see Canada get a team. It'd be great to see, like, you know, Germany, France, like, you know what I mean? It'd be great to see some growth there. I feel like cricket has been established in a lot of countries for a long time, but new countries we don't always see kind of coming on board. Netherlands have started to come through, and Afghanistan have started to come through. But other than that, like, the big hitters are the old established names, you know? England, Sri Lanka, Australia, India, Pakistan, those kind of countries. The ones that you would associate with cricket. So, yeah, I'd love to see it in the Olympics, and I would hope that it would inspire people to take it up as a sport, because it's a really great sport. I really enjoy it, and I've been watching the World Cup recently as well. It's good. Really good. Right. tribalism is making watching pro wrestling unbearable. It wasn't like this in the Monday Night War era. There were more casual fans back then, and people didn't know all the ins and outs of wrestling, says Rennie. I don't know. Like, I don't know if the tribalism, if you was to sit at home, I mean, maybe it's making pro wrestling unbearable by watching on social media and by watching like YouTube videos, streams, things like that, right? And seeing how but I would make the argument that during the Monday Night War, like, we didn't have these things. There was like forums that you could go on, but not many people were going onto internet forums back in the late 90s. Certainly not, you know, the same amount that are on Twitter or on Facebook or whatever. So I don't know, if you're sat at home watching wrestling, does the tribalism come across? I don't know how. I mean, other than like fan signs in the background, the only place that it would come across, I think, would be on social media. And to be honest, I would imagine that would be quite an easy thing to just stay away from. That kind of tribalism, because I suppose it's how often you're on social media. I never used to use social media. Before I started the channel, I wasn't on Twitter, or I did have a Facebook, but I mean, it was only really to just keep up with people I'd worked with. I certainly wasn't going on there and getting news or anything like this. It was only just in case anyone had sent me a message that I used to work with or went to school with. So going back about, 7 years, 8 years, which is a while now, you could stay, or I did stay, off social media. It didn't get in the way. I didn't feel like I was missing out. I know loads of people that aren't on social media. Loads of people that are like, don't need that in my life. Which, to be fair, they're right. So I don't know. I don't know how much it interferes in modern wrestling. If you're watching, it's a really interesting point, because I'm trying to think, if I was to just sit down and watch the shows that I wanted to watch, would the tribalism come across? Would I still get that sense of tribalism? And the only thing I can think is fan signs, and then if the companies take any shots at each other. Say much about AEW, they just sort of ignore them and leave them to it. And AEW, other than promos by like certain people, like MJF takes a few shots sometimes. We know CM Punk called MJF like nothing but a less famous Miz. I don't know. I don't know if it would come across other than social media. I think what we're saying is it's the IWC that are ruining wrestling. And yeah. I'd say it's probably been that way for a long time. I agree. JM Beer said Triple H 100% in creative. Let's go. JM Beer, shout out to you, my friends. Hope you are well, having a good day. Sonny saying the same. Triple H being the one driving 99.9% of creative going forwards. Yeah, my feelings on this is I don't think anything's changed. I would love to know the setup of Endeavor. I would love to know what this story is about, because I don't understand it, if I'm going to be honest. My understanding of the setup of the new company is that a load of people that were put in place by Vince are still there. You know, Triple H was put in place in creative. Kevin Dunn still overseeing the producing of the shows. Nick Khan is now, I think, CEO of WWE. Well, he was brought in by Vince and was basically Vince's right-hand man. We know that Bruce Pritchard, who was helping to write the shows in the 90s, he's still backstage. If ever you see Gorilla, you've got Triple H, and next to him is Bruce Pritchard. So a lot of these people that Vince brought in are all still there. I think a lot of the people that got made redundant recently are people that were like in the headquarters, the head offices, finance, marketing, human resources, those kind of departments. But actually boots on the ground, actually putting the show on, I think a lot of those key players are still there. And then my understanding is that above them is a structure which is the Endeavor kind of hierarchy. And at the top of that is Vince McMahon, who is in charge of the WWE sides. And he only, he works with Ari Emanuel, and they are not quite on the same level. I think Ari is the top guy, but to my knowledge, there is only Ari Emanuel above Vince McMahon in the new company, right? So the idea that Endeavor are saying that Triple H is the guy, he's the one that's running the show now, all this kind of stuff, it doesn't make sense to me. It doesn't make sense. Like, I don't, and who's Endeavor? Who's Endeavor? Like, are we saying Ari Emanuel has made this call? Like, to me, there's a real lack of detail here. This is an interesting little soundbite, but there's not enough detail for it to actually make any sense. Because who has decided Triple H is 100% in charge, right? Is it Vince? Because Vince is Endeavor. So has Vince decided? Because he did say that he was not going to be in the weeds anymore and other things. So my feeling on it is that if Vince wants to pick up a phone to Triple H and tell him to do something, it's going to get done, right? Because Triple H, I think, has got a lot of respect for Vince, might not always agree with Vince, but Vince still is above Triple H, still oversees Triple H. Triple H is not in a higher position than Vince. Vince is above Triple H. So if Vince wants Roman to drop the title to someone, or he wants something to be done, that's his son-in-law. Like, Triple H is his son-in-law, so he can pick up the phone to his son-in-law and, like, you know, get it done if he really wants it. Because he outranks Triple H, and he is technically the highest that you can get on the WWE side of things. The only way that I could see Endeavor actually preventing Vince getting something that he wanted, the only way is if for some reason it was put to the board and there was going to be some sort of vote on it, right? But you're not going to do that for, like, every decision that Vince wants to do. You're not gonna call a meeting and have a board vote on, like, decisions that Vince wants. So I'm really confused by it. I'm really confused by it because it's an easy soundbite to get clicks and views and get people excited. But I've read a few articles and no one can explain as to what that actually means. No one seems to be able to explain who's actually in charge of Endeavor, and do you know what I mean? Like, who's actually put this in place? I saw a message from Fightful where someone within WWE, a WWE source, listed a load of things that had happened recently to imply that, well, these aren't Vince things, right? These are clearly Triple H things, like Johnny Gargano coming back and DIY reuniting, Cameron Grimes being back on TV, having not seen him for a while, Tegan Knox getting some opportunities now, you know? And I would agree with that we are seeing a lot of stuff that you would go, that doesn't feel like Vince. That feels like Triple H. So I'm not disagreeing that Triple H isn't steering the ship, but where I am disagreeing is I don't know really what has changed, because I think Triple H has always been in charge. I think he's always, like, since he took over, had the reins. And I think if Vince wants to kind of veto anything, I think he's got the ability to do it. I think he has done it, and I think he'll continue to do it, because who's going to stop him? Who stops him? Maybe there is someone that can stop him, but I'm not aware of it, because if you go back and rewatch the initial press conference they did, the sit-down interview they did, it was Ari Emanuel and Vince, and they went through how this new thing is structured, and it's very clear from that Vince is the top guy in WWE, and Ari Emanuel said, I'm not going to get involved. It's all on Vince. Vince is the one that runs that side. So whether there's been a change to that structure, That would be interesting. I've not seen that communicated. That would be very interesting. But yeah, I think that Triple H is in charge, but I don't think this is any different. I think if Vince wants to pick up a phone and have something done, it will get done. And I think Vince said during that meeting that he will stay out the way. He said in that meeting, I will not be able to be in the weeds anymore. I've got other responsibilities, other things that I need to do. And I believe that as well. You know, we keep hearing about how he's not at the show. He's not at the shows. So it's if he is at the show, then it gets reported, you know? So it's a bit of news that I just don't think there's enough detail on where you can like really know what it means. I don't sense that anything's changed. I don't sense that anything's any different. I don't sense that this is news. But yeah, it's a good soundbite, isn't it? It's a good soundbite that's going to get people excited because I think people just don't want Vince anywhere near creative. But that's his son-in-law. He can pick up the phone and speak to Triple H and get done whatever it is he wants to get done. That's my feeling on it. But if anyone's got any further information, feel free to put it in the chat. I mean, I'm going to go through them now. The other question is, who is the top company in TKO, UFC or WWE, says Jim. Well, I don't think there is a top company. I think they're both side by side. Like, they've both got their own kind of departments, you know? They both just run underneath that umbrella. There's not really a need to prioritize the one over the other. I mean, if there was to come a point where they, for some reason, had to make a call on who can have a certain show on a certain day, my guess would be that the numbers at the time would drive that. You know, this is a business that is going to be very numbers orientated. So, you know, it's going to depend on the show, isn't it? I mean, if it's going to be like a low-level UFC show against WrestleMania will be prioritized. But if it's going to be, I don't know, SmackDown or Raw against UFC 297 or something, well, then that show will be prioritized. So other than that, I can't see as to why either of them would need to be like put above the other. They're both just sitting kind of side by side. It's bound to be Triple H communicates with Vince enough that Vince feels satisfied to stay away, says Trini. That's true. I think also the ratings are important as well. I think you're 100% right. I think Vince needs to feel satisfied and secure and happy that the boat is being steered in the right direction. So, you know, for him, who's had his hands on the product so much, he is going to want to look at the show and the ratings and the breakdowns and, you know, all that kind of stuff. And I don't know, any other metrics they've got, you know, merch sales, ticket sales, you know, all that stuff that flipping Triple H reels off when he does a press conference, like, you know, social media engagement is up, YouTube views are up, ticket gate is up, merch sales at the event are up, like all of those metrics. If he can keep giving solid numbers like that to Vince, well, Vince doesn't have to get involved, does he? I mean, make no mistake about it. If those numbers start dipping, I've no doubt that Vince steps right. I would imagine Vince is just waiting for those numbers to dip so he can come in and save the day. But there's no day that needs to be saved at the moment. There's no day that needs to be saved. I would imagine that it's an ongoing process trying to convince Vince to stay out of the way. And I would not for a second doubt that there has not been words with Vince from Steph, Triple H, maybe Bruce Pritchard, maybe a few executives within Endeavor, just like chill out, you know, you don't need to be involved. Like, look at the numbers, look at, like, you know, where the product is at the moment. It's in a good place. If you get involved, then some of these stories that are being told will go down directions that aren't planned. We've got it planned out, so there's no need for you to get involved. But still, if there's going to be something that he's like, no, that is not. You're making a big mistake. You can't do that. He'll be straight on the phone to Triple H. As I said, you know, he outranks Triple H. That's his son-in-law. who's going to listen to Vince, who has been there and done it and is responsible for, the WWE that we know. And like, as well as that, as I said, no one's outranking Vince other than Ari Emanuel, unless there's been a change to the structure, which I'm not aware of. So it's a bit of, I don't know what the news is. Yeah, I don't know. Endeavor owns 51% of WWE. Vince doesn't own the other 49%. Endeavor doesn't need Vince or permission to do or change anything with WWE. Well, okay, so what we're talking about there is we're talking about the board level. So at board level, you've got, I think, something like 7 people from the Endeavor side, and you've got 6 people from the WWE side. You've got Ari Emanuel, who has publicly stated that he's not going to get involved with WWE, right? And their 51% translates to 7 people being on the board, and the 49% for WWE translates to, I think it's like 6 people being on the boards. So the point I'm making is, who do you think is stepping in and having a word with Vince or Triple H? Like, who is this mystery person that's apparently getting involved? Because my understanding is, as I said, that 51% has allowed them to have an extra person on the board, so that when it comes to big, serious decisions being made, I'm talking TV deals, right? I'm talking like different agreements, maybe sponsorships, maybe opportunities to go to Saudi Arabia. We're talking stuff that has to get to that board level, right? Stuff that gets to that board level. That's the stuff that they're interested in. They ain't interested if Tegan Nox is going to be on TV or not. And no one in Endeavor is going to give a flip, right? If Tegan Nox is going to get an opportunity at the women's title, no one at Endeavor is going to care if Cameron Grimes is on TV or not, right? They are focused on, shall we open up NXT Japan? Shall we open up NXT Europe? Shall we open up NXT Mexico? Like, what can we do with sponsorships? Like, all of that kind of big, serious money, strategic, moving the company forward stuff. That is what Endeavor are focused on. And as we said, their 51% got them that extra person on the board. So I have not seen reported anywhere that there is someone from Endeavor that is coming in and just completely shutting Vince out and just like throwing their weight around, like giving Triple H, like signing stuff off for Triple H, and Vince has been like, if someone can show me that that's happening, that's a massive story. That's not a little thing. That is a massive story. If Vince is being shut out by Endeavor and being overridden, and what we're getting is not what we were told we were getting, which is Vince is the guy that's the top of the interview. The interview said, Ari Emanuel said, we want Vince on boards. He saw about the network, and he saw about the streaming platforms, and he saw that before it all came in. He saw like the power of pay-per-view and WrestleMania and all of this stuff. Like, we want that, like, we want that vision. I'm going to leave the wrestling stuff to him because he knows better than anyone in the world. Now, granted, what they say on an interview like that might not translate to what they're actually intending to do in real life, right? It could be that it's a different setup, but I have not seen anything to communicate that there's been a change in that setup. I haven't seen anything to communicate that there's an Endeavor person that's working with Triple H and is just cutting Vince McMahon out. And as I said, if that is what's happening, then I'd love to see the article on that. And that to me would be a massive story. If Vince is being shut out and is being left in the cold, that's a huge story. This doesn't feel like it's that story. This doesn't feel... Basically, what I'm seeing is the people in charge of Endeavor are happy with what Triple H is doing. That's what this story translates to for me, is that people at Endeavor like the numbers. They like what Triple H is doing. He's safe in that creative role, and he's going to continue to steer the ship. That's how it translates to me. Basically, you're doing a good job, mate. Keep it up. But it doesn't change the fact that if Vince wants to do something, he can pick up the phone and get it done. Because I've not seen any change to that structure. Days, hope you are doing well. Having a great stream. Imagine if Shane and Stephanie, they're probably the mystery person putting Triple H in 100% charge of creative. NXT Europe is meant to be taking place in 2024, says Drew. Trini said, if you think Vince, the man who pulled Coop on his own daughter for control, is not in control, then you don't know Vince. I mean, I do agree that there was a report not long ago that, and this is, this was interesting, that in a filing that TKO did, they said that they knew that Vince was a liability. They knew that he could have a negative effect on the operational running of things and a negative effect on the business as a whole, largely down, of course, to those allegations, right? Because those allegations were very serious. He was being investigated. And so there was some interesting wording that was in there. So you can definitely point to that and say, well, that's not in line with what they said in that sit-down interview. That doesn't marry up or match to what was being said here. But it hasn't resulted in there being stories of, like, big changes in the structure, or, as I said, someone from Endeavor like completely cutting Vince out. Like, if these stories are out there, tag me in them, because I'll read them, and like honestly, it'll be fascinating, because that'll be one of the biggest stories. That'll be one of the biggest stories in like WWE history, because Vince is just always still around. You just can't get rid of him. He's always still around. Like, I feel like he will always be involved until the day he dies. And if the story is that he is now out in the colds, that's huge. That is absolutely huge. But this just doesn't feel like that's the story. This just doesn't feel like that story. Having Vince in the board is fine, but just stay out of creative, says James. Dark Angel said, I didn't say that they are. I said that they could, and they don't need to ask Vince. Don't know. I mean, honestly, it would hit the fan. Because, you've got at a board level, you've got, 6 people that have been handpicked by Vince. My understanding is that Vince has picked the WWE members that sit on that board that are all loyal to Vince. So it's not going to be, you've got one person. So, I mean, we're saying there'd have to have been a vote on that. I don't think they could go and just do it and then, the fallout of that would be huge, absolutely huge. So this is what I'm saying. If something like that has occurred, then that would be a massive, massive story. It would be completely against this great relationship that they've got. You've got to think Vince didn't sign up or go into this with that sort of what a betrayal that would be. What a betrayal, where this other company are going to come along and just completely push him into the colds. I mean, it'd just be a massive story. WrestleLandy said Vince is demanding that he main events WrestleMania 40 with a rendition of Stand Back. Let's go. Nia said, sometimes the title can make the person. Sometimes the person can make the title. Where do you place Rhea on this? She is important, but the reign just isn't. Needs more defenses. That's a fun question. Nia Nitro, shout out to you. Sometimes the title can make the person, yes. Sometimes the person can make the title, yes. Where do you stand on that with Rhea? I think that for this title run, she don't need it. If anything, it gets in the way because she is doing stuff with Dominic. She's in Judgment Day. She's pushing her weight around. She's stepping up to Heyman, saying, acknowledge me, and, all this kind of fun stuff that we're flirting with Jay at the weekend. We're seeing a lot of really fun stuff, right, out of her. And I just think that title is not being defended on a regular basis now. We seemingly we can't put her in really exciting feuds because she's too busy. Do you know what I mean? She's going down to NXT with Dominic, or like she's doing backstage stuff with Judgment Day. We've seen it a few times actually, where she's come out at the start with Dominic and been involved in a Judgment Day segment. Then she'll be in a backstage segment. And then she has to come out and get involved in like a women's title thing, like, you know, as a woman has stepped up to her. So she is being a bit not overexposed, because to be honest, what's given way has been the title defenses and building up really interesting stories around the women's title. That's kind of been pushed on the back burner. So she's had a few nothing title defenses, you know, kind of throwaway things. I mean, didn't she defend against like Natalia and Zelina Vega, who was never going to get that title at Backlash? So for me, I think that at the moment, I don't know that the title ain't making Rhea. As I said, if anything, it's in the way. I don't think Rhea is making the title either. I think the title is just, it might as well not exist. I think the title is just, it's on the wrong person. It could be on someone else. We should be, at the moment, having Rhea in Judgment Day, just killing it, looking like a badass, you know, being really cool. And then when she's free, once this has settled down a little bit, then maybe she could get involved in wherever the title is. And she absolutely is a main event talent. And she's absolutely a badass. And she's absolutely someone that can be champ whenever she wants to be champ, right? But as of right now, it would be a lot better if that belt was on someone else, because we could at least tell some stories. You know, imagine if, say, Sasha was still around. You could have the women's title on Sasha on Raw, and then you've got Rhea in Judgment Day doing all the stuff she's doing. And then once she's free, well, then you can do Rhea against Sasha for the title, which would just be a mega match. Absolutely massive thing. The problem you've got is that a lot of women, the big names, are actually over on SmackDown now. Bianca's over there, Asuka's over there, Becky, Charlotte's over there, Ronda's not around anymore. So, like, a lot of the big names are on SmackDown. Rhea has got, obviously, Raquel. Nia's just come back. But really, outside of that, we're not drowning in massive names for Rhea to be getting, like, stuck into feuds with. So, it's a tricky one, this, because Rhea ain't making that title right now, because the title, she might as well not have it. The title ain't making Rhea. Rhea is making herself, right? The title is just dead. It's just dead. It's not, you can easily bring it back, but it just needs to be on someone different. But yeah, it's true. The run that she's on at the moment is just not that great, is it? But it's just because of time. It's just because Judgment Day is spread they're everywhere. They're spread so thin. They're all over the flipping promotion. They're on Raw, they're on NXT, they're on SmackDown. They're absolutely everywhere. And so I think that we either just have to accept that it's just going to be a little bit plodding at the moment. Maybe this can settle down and Rhea can then focus on Raquel, Nia, something like that. We'll get something out of it. Chances are she'll just be involved in like a women's Survivor Series match. We've probably got to do some sort of defense for Crown Jewel, though. So probably got to be something that comes up for her in this next phase. But at Survivor Series, I could just see her being involved in like the women match and just being kind of inserted, you know, rather than her actually being involved in like a juicy story herself. So yeah, we'll see kind of where it goes. I would expect something for her now because, as we said, we're building towards Crown Jewel. Manuel said, I agree, there hasn't been anything bad the last few weeks. Manuel, shout out to you, my friend. JB said, Days being the voice of reason. The Vince articles seem to be based on locker room. I just think that, I don't want to repeat myself. I don't see really what is different. You know, we know that Triple H is largely at the shows on his own, Like, doesn't have Vince there most weeks. We know that this product is 90-odd% been his vision anyway. Vince isn't there to make those last-minute changes unless he's calling up on the phone. And even then, like, you can go, yeah. And, if he's not actually there, you can still squeeze in the few bits that you want to squeeze in. Like, you can still get it kind of where you want to get it, It's a lot different if he's actually there talking to the talent, going over your head, right? A lot different. And we know he's just not doing that anymore. So for me, yeah, there's definite Vince things that have been on the show this year, but nowhere near like when he was pulling the strings. So for me, like, Triple H has already been 90-odd% in charge of the shows. I just think it's a nice soundbite. I think that I'll tell you what the encouraging thing is that I could believe that Endeavor have praised Triple H and praised what's going on, and for me it just reads as you're doing a great job. Like, it might as well say Endeavor are really happy with what Triple H are doing, yeah, and that would include Vince, who is also part of Endeavor. So Endeavor are like, keep up the good work, loving the numbers that he's bringing in, which is only good news if you're a fan of Triple H, because it doesn't appear that he's in any sort of danger or they're considering replacing him or anything along those lines. It just looks like keep up the good work. So, Jay Dudes, Big Time said, if you look at Sean Ross Sapp's tweet, AEW has responded to NXT with a 30-minute overrun. That's interesting, isn't it? That's interesting. That's interesting because how are they gonna? I wonder what that's gonna do for the rating, because it's an average, isn't it? So the thing is that they are probably gonna be down as they go, and I'd imagine NXT overruns, doesn't it, by about 8 minutes. So I've got to think that they'll do that again this week. So they'll have an overrun of about 8 minutes or so. Then you've got AEW that are going to go for another 20 minutes after that. If you put, say, Edge's match in that 20-minute slot, the overrun slot, what's that? Their average? It'll probably lift the average, but the damage might already be done. Do you know what I mean? You can't have 2 hours at like 700,000 and then go up to 1 million for the last 20 minutes and have a good, like, it'll improve your number, take your average to, I don't know, 800,000. So you'll be at 700,000 and then you go up for the end. But the other problem is that if you say that you're overrunning and you're going to put the Edge match into that overrun, would people think, well, I don't need to watch the show, then I'll watch NXT and come back for the last 20 minutes? I think it's a good move by AEW. I mean, anything they can do to get eyes on the show is a good move. But there are a few interesting little subplots in there as well. Because, as I said, if you push the Edge match, which I think is probably the most interesting thing they've booked, if you push that into the last 20 minutes and people know it's going to be the main event and they can watch NXT and then flick over and watch the end, are people going to do that? Are people going to watch NXT and then just flick over for the Edge match in the last 20 minutes? And if they do that, what's the number for AEW? Because you'd think the rest of the show would be quite low then, and then people will come in just for the final 20 minutes when it will be the Edge match. Because all of a sudden now, you're starting to talk about teasing the Edge match. So you can't outright say that it's going to be the main event. Because if you say it's going to be the main event and people know that AEW are overrunning, you're basically saying watch NXT and just come back for the last 20 minutes. So you can't really say it's the main event. You're going to have to say later on tonight, we've got the Edge match. Or, do you know what I mean? Like, your word in there is actually going to have to be very careful. If I was working for AEW, this is the kind of thing I'd be thinking right now. I'd be thinking how people to tune into the show, and how do I keep them around, but how do I save probably my juiciest thing for that last 20 minutes when everyone is going to be able to watch. NXT will be over. It will have finished. People will come and check me out, and I don't want some rubbish, do I? If I'm going to get a spike in people coming over, like NXT was brilliant, let's see what AEW are doing, and they click the channel over, I can't afford to have some rubbish in my main event because they'll just immediately go. So I've got to have some juicy in that main event, but I can't afford for the people that watch during the show to change the channel to NXT and then just come back for that last 20 minutes. So I've got to think about my wording as to what I'm going to say in regards to stick around Edge match coming up soon, you know? Edge against Luchasaurus coming up soon, coming up later tonight, coming up in the next hour, or I don't know, whatever you say, but I don't know that you can say main event because then, as I said, you run the risk of losing people. That's interesting, that is. That's interesting. That complicates things a little bit more, I think. That complicates things a little bit more. But in a good way, I certainly don't think it's a bad thing for AEW because that last 20 minutes is going to be, I've got to think, amongst their highest rated segments of the night because NXT will be over. So it's got to help their average, but you just want to make sure that you are maximizing it as much as you can. I don't think that'll worry NXT too much. I don't think NXT will look at that and worry too much. We know that, for example, sometimes like the third hour of Raw can be a real problem. It can actually drag the average down. So having that third hour isn't always a good thing because sometimes you can have a show that's like 2 million and then your third hour dies and it actually brings your average down. So, like, AEW are going to have to make sure that doesn't happen for this extra half an hour that they've got now. They've got to make sure that it doesn't drag the average down, which it won't, because, as I said, people that have stopped watching NXT, I'm sure a good chunk will tune in and turn over to see what AEW are doing. Interesting. Brony said, big time NXT isn't having 30-minute overrun. No, apparently AEW are. Edge against Bryan Danielson would get ratings. Victor said Cody finished the wrong story. Who is Edge? Said Blaze Radio. It's a good question. It's a good question. Blaze Radio, I hope you're well. Jim said doing this long segment and it's wrong info. Why? I thought the thing was that it was AEW are doing. AEW have got an extra half an hour. AEW have got 10-minute overrun. NXT has the first 30 minutes commercial free. Oh, so AEW have only got a 10-minute overrun. Ah, well, that would be different if it's 10 minutes. Still, same thing applies, though. So everything I just said still applies. You're going to have to maximize that 10 minutes, but don't NXT also have an overrun? Don't NXT also have an overrun of about 8 minutes, which might end up cancelling that 10 minutes out anyway? Quick thoughts on Funhouse. I know you spoke on it already, says Miss Clown. What do you want to know? What do you want to know about the Funhouse? I like the Funhouse, and I have no problems with it coming back. That would be the headline. But if you had something specific, I'll happily get into it. Harry said, hope you're well. Curious to see your thoughts on DIY. Can you see them being tag champs? Or would you like a Ciampa heel turn, which leads to Ciampa Gargano? I think you can do both, buds. I think you can do both. You can do them as tag champs, have them with a run against each other. And I think that the Tommaso, Johnny feud from NXT, that can easily get transferred to the main roster. It was so good, and they did so much, but there'll be a lot of people that weren't watching wrestling at that time that are watching now, kids, for example, and that won't have seen those, potentially, that maybe don't watch NXT or haven't gone back and watched old NXTs. Because a few years ago, they were now. And I think that they would do very well with that on the main roster. So, yeah, give them a run. Give them a good, hearty tag run. and then you could have them turn on each other. That'd be no problem at all. I'd be down for that. Let Him In said, thoughts on Rhea and Jay flirting? Is it mind games or more? I think it's just mind games. I don't think it's anything more than that. I think that it would be fun to try and develop it more than that. You know, you could have it whereby Dominic gets jealous and Rhea's like, what you on about? I'm trying to get advantages for the Judgment Day. But maybe she starts going a little bit too far, doing it a bit too often, a bit too much, and like it really causes drama between her and Dominic. So I think it's only just to get advantages for Judgment Day, but you can definitely use it as a way of, like, you know, getting Dominic jealous and causing friction, and who knows. But go down. Days, if you was the booker, which superstars would you personally add to the Wyatt Six? If I was a booker, what would I add to the Wyatt Six? It's a good question. It's a good question because the word on the street is that the Wyatt Six are coming in and that we are going to go forward with the Wyatt Six. So it's a good question as to who would you have in it. I think that could make for quite a fun video, actually, but I will still give it some thought. I feel like it's hard, isn't it? I'm thinking Joe Gacy because he is so obvious as being the next Bray, but would this be a bad thing for him because he will be in Bray's shadow? I mean, we've spoke before. I think if you do any of that kind of dark, mysterious stuff, Bray was just so dominant at that he did so much different stuff that it's hard for anyone to do that now and not have similarities drawn to Bray in people's minds, you know? Because he did so much, you know. If you're going to have a faction, if you're going to be the leader of a group, it's going to feel like the Wyatt family. If you're going to do anything that's kids related, it's going to remind people of Funhouse. If you're going to have an alter ego, it's going to remind people of the Fiend. He did a lot. So Gacy, I think what would be better for Gacy would be if he was to stay away and actually try and create something that Bray never did. I mean, it was time to sit down and brainstorm that. Something dark, something mysterious, that mystique, you know, that kind of otherworldly Undertaker vibe, and something that maybe Bray never quite did or never quite got to, and Gacy could make that his own. That would probably be better for him rather than being in a Wyatt Six where I think he would just always be in like Bray's shadow. I feel like Gacy no after what I've just said. So I think definitely Bo Dallas, because Bo Dallas ain't going to care about being in Bray's shadow. It's his brother. And actually it would make sense for him to want to continue the story on behalf of his brother. And to be honest, Bo Dallas was done, wasn't he? He was out. He was out of wrestling. And it was only because of Bray that he got brought back in. So anything that happens now within wrestling, I think, can be credited to Bray. I think is thanks to Bray. So Bo being involved in that would make a lot of sense. You could have Alexa. Again, though, I would just worry, like, does she deserve an opportunity to go and make her own name, you know? I think she enjoyed Dark Alexa. I think she found a bit of a character there. With the playgrounds and Lily and all that kind of stuff. And we know that the fans responded well to Lily and, well, the kids did. So, I don't know, that's difficult. It's like Alexa could go off and be the goddess, or she could go off and do something else. Or does she get involved in this? I think she would probably want to be involved in this. Maybe she doesn't stay with this. She could be in Wyatt Six, do it for a few years, and then try and like go out on her own after that and do like, you know, something else after that. I suppose Gacy could do the same as well. He could come in, do a couple of years with Wyatt Six, and then go off and do something else on his own and kind of forge his own path. He could do that. It could be a way of bringing Gacy in, I suppose. But okay, well, I think because Alexa worked with Bray, Alexa would make sense, and I'm sure she would want to honor him and round off this character and round off this story. So I think Alexa and Bo makes sense. I think you need some big muscle. I think you need like some size and strength. And do you know actually who I think would be good for that? Dijak. I think Dijak would be good. The reason why I say that is because Dijak is someone that I think just really struggles on his own. He's someone that when he was in NXT the first time, they couldn't quite find a gimmick for him. They couldn't find something that worked. And then he came up with Retribution, and that was horrible. And now he's gone back down. And what we're doing with him is all right at the moment. He's got a stronger gimmick now, but still not around the title picture. He still can't get around the NXT title picture, and he still keeps picking up losses. He definitely feels like someone that is a very good, credible wrestler, but he feels to me like he needs to be part of a faction, or he needs to be, hence why he was in Retribution, you know, he was in with a faction. I think on his own, it's a bit difficult. It's a bit difficult. There's something I don't know if it's charisma. I don't know. His promos are okay. I like his current character, but I think even this current character has got limitations. I see this current character maybe getting to the main roster and it'll be mid-card at best. So, you know, would it be better to put him in a Wyatt 6, have him be like, you know, the taller guy, the kind of Eric Rowan, Luke Harper type guy? I don't think Wyatt 6 strikes me as being like the Wyatt family, though. I wouldn't be trying to get them as like looking like they've come out the swamp. I wouldn't go down that vibe because I don't get that vibe from like Alexa. Alexa doesn't strike me as someone, you know, her character, Dark Alexa, doesn't look like someone that's come from the swamp. I think we've left those days behind. Even Bray, when he was doing the Funhouse stuff, didn't look like he'd come out the swamp, did he? Like, he'd very much moved on from that. So Wyatt 6, I would not base it on the Wyatt family. I wouldn't be looking for swamp dwellers. Which is why I think Dijak would be fine. Because I'm sure you could find a gimmick, a mask, face paint, something, and just have him kind of standing in the background. And he can wrestle, man. He can go. He can go. So he brings credibility, which would be good. So I like him. I like... Who else do I like? See, I do like the two girls, but I don't know why you would bring them in. And like, you know, Alba and Isla, I do like those two. I mean, I suppose you could bring them in, Alba and Isla, because you could have Alexa go for the women's title. You could have Bo go for the main title, you know, and like a world title. Take a lot of work to build him to that, but you could. Alba and Isla could go after like the women's tag titles, and then you've got Dijak and one more person that can then go after the men's titles or like tag titles, or they could go after like a mid card or both the mid cards or something. So 3 guys, 3 girls allows you to dominate literally every part of WWE, be it the mid card, be it the world titles, be it the tag titles. It allows you to do quite a bit. So I feel like we definitely need another guy in there. Someone that's big, someone that's not being used, someone that can partner up with Dijak and they can make a bit of a tag team. I mean, maybe Braun. Maybe Braun comes back in. Maybe Braun, because he's got connections, obviously. Doesn't feel like him on his own is that great person, that charismatic, is he? He came in as the black sheep, and I don't think that he was, you know, we had a good 2017 when he was flipping over ambulances, but other than that, I don't feel like he really did like a great deal. Get these hands and all that kind of stuff wasn't doing it for me. And he's big, and you can put him in like a main event, but as like a champion, Just don't think the charisma's there. I don't think the connection with the fans is there. He strikes me as, again, someone that could be great in a faction, and coming back into like a Wyatt 6 kind of a thing, that could be interesting. So I'm looking at Bo, Dijak, Braun, Alexa, Alba, Isla. I'm still thinking about Joe Gacy as to whether he comes in instead of maybe Alexa, and he uses this as a way of getting onto the main roster, and then a few years later he goes off on his own and does something else. Another name I was thinking that I feel similar about is Apollo, because Apollo is someone that's been in WWE for a long time. We just don't know what to do with him. We've tried so many different things and we just don't know what to do. And it sort of feels like, unless he's going to go in a tag team or a faction, he may be on the next round of releases. I'm amazed he didn't get released this time. I'm glad he didn't, because I don't want anyone to lose their jobs. Because why would you want anyone to lose their jobs? I don't want anyone to lose their jobs. So I'm glad he didn't, but it does feel like we need to do something. We need to do something with him. So yeah, that would be another name that I'd have in the pot as well. AJG said Carrion, Dexter, Bo, Alexa, Strowman, and Nikki Cross. Jim said Braun and Raquel have broken up. That could be awkward. Kevin said, do you watch Ring of Honor, Impact, MLW? No. Anyone but you, Roman, was his best work, says Martin. Braun was very over around that time. Definitely had connected with the fans then. 2017 I enjoyed, with the ambulance and all of that. That was a great run. And he was flipping over different things. I mean, he was flipping over production trucks and everything. But I think the problem is, once you've been doing a lot of that stuff that's really impressive, where do you go after that? And so everything after that kind of felt like a bit of a step down, 50-50, and it just wasn't as engaging, and it wasn't as strong. The booking wasn't as good. And I don't know, man. He's not someone I've ever seen having long world title runs, because you just can't have him out there with a microphone cutting. He needs a manager. He needs a mouthpiece. He needs someone to do talking for him, because if he goes out there and cuts promos, he just doesn't. He doesn't really have that side of his game, you know. He doesn't really have that that ability to talk people into the room. So you've really got to work hard at presenting him correctly. And it can be done, but I just think it's so much easier to put him in a tag team or put him in a faction, or, when he was the Black Sheep. That was really cool. It was really, really cool. So, yeah, it'd definitely be a name that I'd be thinking of. Eric as well said, Venom, Braun isn't exactly who he used to be as monster amongst men. It could be time for a change. I reckon WWE is not aiming to destroy AEW, but also hit 1 million. Coming off 857, it's all hands on deck, because this is the closest they will ever get an extra 150,000 casuals, says Big Time. Ellis Dub says, I heard about Triple H being knighted by Endeavor. Apparently he is 99.9% of creative decisions. Little bit of lag, is there? Is there? Should be okay. We'll keep an eye on it. Amy Jobson said, Bo Dallas, Eric Rowan, Braun Strowman, Nikki, Alexa, and Alba Fire. What do you think will take the title off Seth Rollins? Well, I mean, it's hard, isn't it? Because I was hoping it was going to be Shinsuke. Feels like it needs to be a heel. Gunther would feel like not a bad shout. I think as soon as he's done with the IC title, you don't really need to wait around. You can, because of how dominant this run has been, you can quite quickly and easily get over the pain of losing the IC title by having him go after the world title. And we've done that a lot of times where people's mid-card runs end and then we move them to the main title. Ultimate Warrior, for example, was still Intercontinental Champion when he won. the world title at WrestleMania 6, and then he ended up forfeiting the IC title. I certainly don't think we do that with Gunther, but we could. So Gunther being the one, I mean, he definitely feels like main event world title material. I don't know that there's a heel that's necessarily more deserving. We can call up the Raw roster and just have a quick scan down. Just see if there's anyone else on Raw that really stands out. We did a poll on it, I think, last night during our Sunday stream. And the consensus came back that Drew would be a good person to put in the pot. And I'm totally down for Drew being in that position. My only question mark around Drew is he hasn't really properly fully turned. We could use... Why should I help Jay? Why should I help Jey Uso? Because of what he did to me. And it actually makes sense. I like the story because it makes sense. You look at it and go, yeah, why should he? People are still booing him because, you know, people like Jay. But I get where he's coming from. So I sort of feel like, does he need to have a few feuds first to really get over that he's a heel and really build him up as a heel? Or maybe we do just put him in with Seth and then, you know, we use that feud to kind of get him fully over as a heel. So, yeah, it's interesting. There's not loads of options. We were looking down. You got Bronson Reed. You got Drew McIntyre. You got The Miz. You could use Jinder, but, I mean, that would be a little bit of a swerve. You've got Damian Priest, but he's already got Money in the Bank. And really, outside of that, there's just not really anyone around on Raw. So I think I feel like we could use Drew and put him in a program with Seth. I really don't know that Drew would be the one that would beat Seth. I think that Gunther feels like a future world's champion. I think we know how much Triple H loves Gunther as well. So I don't know. Maybe we do a Drew Seth feud. Seth keeps the title. And maybe Gunther is the one that eventually will get it. I wonder if there's a plan for, say, Gunther to get it at WrestleMania. There's a plan for, like, Seth versus Gunther. I wonder if that's penciled in for WrestleMania. And I wonder if there'll be just a few feuds till we get there. Because I think that, I keep saying it, Gunther will lose that IC title soon. And as soon as he loses it, like, you don't have to work that hard to put him in a world title picture. Like, he's the longest reigning IC champion ever. He's got to be worthy of having a shot for the world title. So it's not going to take much to put him and move him into that position, is it? So yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing what we do with it next. I am gutted that Shinsuke doesn't have that title, but in Triple H, we trust, and we'll see what he's got planned. There will be a plan. So we might find out tonight. Nita said, I think Gunther could win the Rumble. Yeah, that's a good shout. Yeah, it's a good shout. Days, check the connections. There's lots of lag and lag on audio. I think it's probably might just be lag in general, to be honest. Let me change router as well and just make sure that that's all sorted. I'll be 1 second. If there's a few different people experiencing problems, then maybe there is just a little something. 1 sec. Yeah, it looks fine. Hopefully that'll be a bit better. Looks like a good connection. So if it is anything, I think it might just be a YouTube thing, but we'll keep an eye on it. Right. Jeffrey said, the connection is fine. It might be on your guys' end. Could be a YouTube thing, to be honest. That has happened before, where YouTube has kind of had a little bit of a wobble and glitched a little bit. So I wouldn't be surprised if that was rearing its head again. Right. Harif said, I'm not going to lie, I'm getting tired with Seth being champion. This is supposed to be a champion who isn't hogging the title. Now he's doing the same. Do you know what? That's a good point, actually, because I feel the same. This belt is meant to be a worker's belt. It's meant to be like a belt that's come in to give other people an opportunity. And he is defending it, and he's defending it a lot more than what Roman's doing. But he has hogged it in the sense of we're not seeing it move around. We're not seeing other people get an opportunity. This could have been a great chance for Shinsuke to have got a world title. Could have been a great, because he's never had one. And I don't want to just pass it around and give everyone a world title that's never had one, you know? I do understand that you've got to be careful with how you book it, but yeah, I mean, it's come in, and I agree, Seth just seems to have this one on lockdown now, just like how Roman's got the other one on lockdown. So I can only imagine Triple H has got a plan, a long-term plan, maybe to put it, as we said, on Gunther. But the concern would be, once it goes on Gunther, I don't see Gunther dropping it anytime soon. I can't see Gunther getting this title and losing it like a month later. I mean, I would imagine that Gunther's going to have a serious run. You know, clearly he's not going to break the records for like longest world title reign, but he is, I think, going to have a serious run with the world title when he gets his hands on it. So I was kind of thinking we could pass it around a few people, like Shinsuke, give Shinsuke a run. Shinsuke could then maybe drop it to, I don't know, Sami. I mean, Shinsuke versus Sami would be immense, and I would love Sami to get a world title run. And then Sami dropping it to Gunther would be awesome. So, you know, Seth to Shinsuke, Shinsuke to Sami, Sami to Gunther, then Gunther has a run, like a good run with it. And at least then we've had, like, you know, some really good champions, and it's been passed around a little bit. But yeah, I agree. Like, with Roman having the other one on lockdown, I don't really have an appetite for Seth to just keep this one as well. Not when there's so many people that I'd love to see them as champion, you know? I mean, AJ Styles, I'd love to see him get another championship run. Sami has never been world champion in WWE, so I'd love to see him get a world championship run. Kevin Owens, I would love to see get a world championship run. Shinsuke, I would love to see get a world championship run. Like, the list goes on. Finn Balor, I would love to see get a world championship run. Like, the list goes on, but yeah, it's clearly there's a plan. I'm going to repeat myself, but I do trust what Triple H is saying. I do trust what he's got planned. He's not really steered us that wrong up to this point. It's been a few little moments, but that's always going to happen, in it, you know. No one's perfect. But yeah, by and large, it's been excellent stuff from him since he took over last year. But it doesn't feel like a top time. All the singles title reigns are so long in WWE. Not everyone needs a 1 year plus title reign, said Jay. The WWE World Heavyweight belt is the best looking on the main roster, says Kevin. Big Time said, days NXT goes over or under 1 million. WWE has positioned themselves. It's now or never. Opportunities don't come that often. I don't think it matters. I keep saying this. Like, I think that it'll do. I think it'll do. I'll go 1 million. I'll say it'll do it. But I don't think it. I don't think it matters. I think if they don't get it, they'll be a bit disappointed. Because I agree, they've stacked it and they've gone for it. So there'll be a bit of disappointment, but that disappointment will probably last for about 10 minutes, and then, you know, on they move. Like, it's another Tuesday, isn't it? It's another Tuesday going up against AEW. They want to prove a point, and it's a Tuesday night war. But as I said earlier, like, whoever wins, whoever loses, right? There's going to be bragging rights for the fans. It's the fans that are going to gloat about it and brag about it, and I'm sure whoever wins is going to feel smug about it, and whoever loses will be disappointed for a little bit. But I mean, in the grand scheme of things, what is it actually going to matter? What's it actually going to mean? It's not going to mean anything. It doesn't mean anything. So I think that they are going for it. You can say now or never and all that kind of stuff, but I think they'll do it. They've stacked it, but if they don't get it, I don't think it's a drama. I think if AEW end up beating them, there will be disappointment. Because it's a different night for AEW. WWE have stacked the show. It's hard to see NXT losing, but if they did, then WWE fans will be disappointed. AEW fans are gonna gloat about it, and it's gonna be what it's gonna be. But as I keep saying, at the end of the day, what's it gonna matter? What will it matter? And vice versa. If NXT beat AEW and NXT fans are gloating and AEW fans are hiding off Twitter or whatever for 24 hours. Again, what's it gonna? It's not gonna mean anything. It doesn't mean anything because next week NXT is still gonna have to do a rating, and AEW is still gonna have to do a rating, and they're gonna have to keep doing that for the foreseeable future. So yeah, it's one of those, and it's bragging rights. You might as well call tomorrow bragging rights because that's what it's for. Harry said, do you think Cody might announce the Dusty Tag Classic? I do, yeah, I do. Andrew Zarin on his podcast mentioned USA Network is in the same fight. They are rivaling with TBS and TNT, and they want their show to beat them. I think Dusty Classic is returning. I do as well. Let's Bliss Game said WWE have uploaded the entire Cody Rhodes Jey Uso press conference on their YouTube channel. Very good. It was the talk of the town, so it'll make it a bit easier for people to find it, won't it? Don't know if it's been brought up, but apparently Bobby Roode has gone from WWE. Has anyone got more info? Didn't he transition to like a backstage role for a bit? Let's have a look. Bobby Roode, according to Wikipedia, which of course can be wrong, it says that he's still signed with WWE. PW Insider is reporting that he's no longer listed on the active talent roster. However, he is still in the company's miscellaneous segments. This would indicate that he is not going to be competing for WWE in the near future. Roode has been working as a producer on recent shows, helping to put matches together. So apparently he's just come off the active roster. So I think that they don't have any plans for him as a wrestler going forward. Whether he's left the company altogether, though, not sure. Not sure. But you are right. It looks like he has been removed from the active roster. So it could just be that, as we said, there's just no plans for him to wrestle going forwards. Gargano has just posted a video with Bobby Roode on Twitter, says Max. Trey said he's backstage. I've just reported this. Jeremy said he's a producer and he's been taken off as an active wrestler. He was in the latest DIY Glorious Bomb. He is no longer listed on the active roster. Roode is now working as a backstage producer, says James. Roode and P.E. Williams also help with production. Dark Angel said the last person that was removed from the active roster left. King Kinshasa said, I think Shinsuke should have took the title from Seth, hold it for a while, and have Gunther challenge Shinsuke after his Royal Rumble 2024 win, and you have yourself a wrestlers wrestling match at WrestleMania, says King Kinshasa. Raw is on TNT Sports 2 tonight, by the way, says James. James, shout out to you. Right, okay, what else have we got that we've maybe not touched on? Jade. So apparently Jade's going to be at Raw and at SmackDown, but we don't know in what capacity. It might just be that she's backstage seeing how things work, getting introduced to some of the locker room, seeing some of the producers, just getting a feel for the shows. It doesn't necessarily mean that she's going to be brought out and actually do something on the show. But it has been reported that Jade is going to be at both Raw and SmackDown. So she is potentially going to be on the shows. But equally, maybe not. So we are just a few minutes away from the show's beginning. Just bring it up. TNT Sports 2. Is Jade going to get out of her car again? I hope so. Jeez. I hope so. Hope she's wearing what she wore the other day. Lovely. Right. Let's go, said Miss Clown. Tonight's Raw is looking exciting, says Big Time. Jade should be Austin Theory's bodyguard, said Here Is the Thing. Who do you think the best group or tag team is, says Adam Bell. Best group or tag team? What, in WWE right now? Best group or tag team? It's hard to not say Judgment Day just because of how dominant they've been. But, like, obviously they've just lost the tag titles. And there's clearly a bit of dissension within that group. Bloodline are not what they were. You know, there's only 3 of them when Roman gets back. Although saying that, you know, Roman, Solo, and Jimmy, would you take them over JD, Finn, Damian, and Dominic? Like, definitely feels like Roman can deal with Dominic and probably JD on his own. And then, like, Solo and Damian would be a hell of a match. And Jimmy against Finn. I don't know. It's tricky, that is. It's tricky. Even in their weekends, it does feel like Bobby's group still have got a bit of work to do. OC, just dead in the water, aren't they? LWO, you know. They've got Carlito now, but I don't know. I wouldn't take that group over Bloodline or Judgment Day. I don't think any tag teams can really hang with the factions because they're outnumbered. Plus, I don't think there's really any great tag teams. I mean, Cody and Jay have just been chucked together. Usos are not together anymore. New Day are pretty dead in the water. Viking Raiders, no. Imperium have lost plenty of matches. I like the Creeds down in NXT. I'm probably excited by some of the tag teams down in NXT. But yeah, I think if you had to pick one kind of group at the moment, you'd probably end up just going Judgment Day, or I'd end up going Judgment Day. Authors of Pain could be fun when they come in, and if they join a faction, that'll be interesting. So, you know, there's a few things that are going on at the moment, but Creeds are great, says Gerald. Rhea is giving Paul grey hair, said K-pop lover. Face groups suck, says JP. What were your thoughts on Cody and Jay against Solo and Jimmy? Be a great match. Be a great match. You know, Jimmy and Jay being opposite sides of the ring and maybe, you know, getting at it. Be brilliant. People would be really into that. There's Sami and Kevin should be making their presence felt tonight. They said that they're going to go after those tag titles as well. So definitely feels like there's something there as well. I mean, Cody and Jay against Kevin and Sami, that'll bang, man. And then, as you said, Cody and Jay against Solo and Jimmy, that'll also bang. You can do a lot with these two as a tag team. I mean, it'll definitely get you through a few months till we get to the new year, you know? So, yeah, I don't mind it. I don't mind it. It's maybe not ideal that we're talking about teams that aren't real tag teams, you know? I'd much rather see, like, proper tag teams, like the Usos and the Viking Raiders and the Street Profits and the Creeds and, like, a proper tag, rather than single stars thrown together. I'd rather see, like, them being pushed and whatever. Because, you know that Cody and Jay don't have a long future together. You know that this is not going to be something that is going to be around in like 12 months' time or even 6 months' time. But I think for a short, like, couple of months, like, yeah, you can definitely do some stuff with them. Definitely. BWE are reporting that Kaden and Katana are going to get TV time tonight. Good. I like them. K-pop lover said, at least Jay did not get arrested for DUI. That's true. Brian said, I think Priest is going to cash in tonight. What about the lady tag titles? Well, we need to get moving with those, don't we? I mean, at the moment, they're on, what, Piper and Chelsea. Problem with those is that we keep getting injuries that keep disrupting those titles, but they're trying to build up at Isla and Alba. They've been talking a lot about the curse that's been applied to those women's tag titles. So Alba and Isla are in the mix. Kaden and Katana are in the mix. We've got, obviously, the current champs, Piper and Chelsea. We're not drowning in teams, be the women's mid-card belts, because we haven't got a women's IC or a women's US. So basically think of them as women's mid-card belts. So if you're not around that title picture, if you're not an opponent for Rhea or an opponent for EO, then you're fair game to be put into a tag team, just like Sasha and Naomi were. So, you know, we can always find teams. Plenty of women we can always chuck together. I don't like it. I'd much rather have proper women's tag teams, just like I was saying with the men. I feel the exact same way. Because you're never gonna be able to really build a tag division, because you're always gonna have these teams that are just thrown together and then they're gone again, you know? It's gonna be very hard to invest in a tag division if all the teams have just been chucked together. So I'd much rather see us invest in proper women's tag teams and really try and work on a proper women's tag division. But to be honest, if they ain't going to do that for the men, they certainly ain't doing that for the women. But we'll see. There's a few teams that we've got that we can do some stuff with, like Kaden and Katana, who I think are great together. Alba and Isla, of course, as well. Right, we are just going through the intro. You haven't missed anything. We were just looking at a video package from the weekend, and here we are. We are live with Raw. It feels like greatness, says Lone Star Friend. Sasha and Naomi were tricked into the tag division with fake promises. Is Becky against Tegan coming up tonight. Here is the thing. Kaden and Katana look tiny. That's the only thing. They do look small, but they work very well together as a team. I think they've been together as a team a long time, and actually the matches are quite exciting. They've got some good tag work together. So I don't disagree that they're small, but they are a very enjoyable team to watch. They've got a good understanding, good dynamic. Here's Seth. So we're starting off the show with Seth freaking Rollins, who's come dressed as a checkered flag. He probably could have wore that at Fastlane. Would have made a lot of sense. There is the WWE World Heavyweight Championship still around his waist. The question is, who is going to step up to him next? And I like what the community was saying during our Sunday stream about it being Drew. I like that. I would definitely be down for that. The one that would excite me the most would be Gunther. But I don't see us doing that whilst he's got the IC title. But we have done that before. And we could do that now. Here we go. So Seth in the ring. He's got some skiing. He's got some bejeweled. He's got some vajazzled skiing goggles. Look at that. Seth's shirt is somewhat out of a Jeff Hardy closet, said Erase Your Mind. Jack Football Clip said CM Punk should beat Seth Rollins, then lose to Gunther at WrestleMania. Rhea Ripley will not be happy with Damian Priest and Finn Balor losing their tag team championship, says Armando. That is true. She won't. That's going to be interesting tonight. Is he wearing goggles? Yep, and he just chucked them into the crowds. It's a lovely little souvenir, that is, isn't it? Welcome to Monday Night Rollins. I am feeling some type of way tonight. Okay. Shinsuke took me to my limit. Shinsuke took me to my limit. He's got platform shoes on. He looks like Elton John. I can't see Raw. I've lost my satellite. How do you watch online waiting for a disability check, says Bart. Well, I'm aware of Watch Wrestling, but and I think that's got a live feed. I don't know what it's like trying to watch it, though. But I know it's certainly all up on there after the show. Whether the live feed is reliable, I've never watched it live on there. He says, is the adrenaline wore off? And then he was reminded about his back problems. I want to level with you guys. He's sort of implying that he's about to relinquish the title, but I don't think he is. Being your world heavyweight champion has been one of the greatest honors of my career. Thank you, Rollins. Thank you, Rollins. Champ breaks out. Relinquish the title. I am not buying it. Not yet. I want you to know. I'm just getting started. So, there was a thank you, Rollins chant. I'm just getting started. I was wondering. Can I just go one Monday without me having to fight? Crowd are booing. They don't like that idea. We can still sing a little bit now. Do I want to sing? We can still sing a little bit, but can I just go one Monday without fighting? Drew is coming out. Drew is coming out. The community called it. The community called it. Okay, I'm here for this. I'm here for it. Drew McIntyre stepping up to Seth. I tell you what, if he was feeling the effects of a match with Shinsuke, you want to talk about physicality? Drew McIntyre can do a little wave by Drew. It's good. It's good. Drew stepping into the ring. If Drew could beat Brock, then he can beat Seth, said Lone Star Friend. Mitchell says, yes, Drew, beat his butts. Help me with the Drew thing. He's not overly good looking. He doesn't have the best body. His promos aren't great. Why the fuss over him? Well, he's got a good size. I mean, he is tall. He is obviously got quite a history as well, where he was the chosen one, and Vince said he would be the next world champion, and it didn't work out for him, and he ended up going and leaving WWE. And it could have ended there. He could have left wrestling. It could have been done, but he put that work in, and I think people really respect that. He stayed in wrestling. He worked on the indie scene. He worked on himself. He made improvements. And he found his way back to NXT. Came back through NXT. And I think that desire, that heart, I think people have got a lot of respect for that. I think his promos are okay. I don't think his promos are bad. I think his matches are okay. I don't think they're bad. I'm here to look you in the eye and say I want that world title match. So, Drew against Seth at Crown Jewel. That's what Drew wants. Seth's like, hang on, wait a minute. What? You want me at 100%? So he's not jumping him. He's not attacking him. He wants him 100%. I'm not sure how to respond to this. So Seth's going to ask the crowds. I got a question for you. How does this sound? Crown Jewel. Sounds pretty good to me. We got one more reason to party. The crowds are into the idea. You haven't got to leave. The party's just getting started. Can sing. Oh, he ain't going to sing, so. Don't think he's going to be singing. I've got some business to take care of. He calls him Buddy. Well, I tell you what, these two are very friendly at the moment. Don't know how long it's going to stay that way. But at the moment, they seem to be very respectful of each other. Damian has attacked. Damian Priest has jumped Seth. And Drew is not coming back, is not seemingly not interested in helping. They were just buddying. They were just talking like, now Damian is calling him over. Oh, he's calling out Dominic. And he's got the briefcase, but Drew stops it. I'm here to help my brother. Headbutt. Dominic goes down. Dominic was trying to explain to Drew, I'm here to cash in. Oh, he's chucked the briefcase again. That briefcase just burst open as well. Do you remember when he did that before and he chucked that briefcase and it hit the LED screen and it knocked one of the LED panels out during the pandemic? So, Damian tries to cash in on Seth, but is denied. Oh, it was all happening there for a minute, wasn't it? It was all happening. So, you know, that's it could be another factor. We're backstage with Kofi. Looks like our next match is going to be Kofi against Ivar. Viking Rules match coming up. Give us Wonderwall, says Wrestler Andy. Yeah, that did need a song. You are absolutely right. I wouldn't mind seeing Drew against Damian at Saudi for the belt, says Mark. Seth never wronged Drew, so this makes sense. He didn't go back, though, did he? He didn't go back. But then saying that, he is fighting him for the title now. So, you know, part of him must be in enemy mode. Like, you know, I'm not going to race back and help someone that I'm going to be fighting for the title in a few weeks' time kind of a thing. But it's clear that he is still, like, you know, going through that transition. He's out. He said he's out for himself. He said that. He said, I'm not going to get involved in fights that aren't my fights. He said that the other week. It was a good promo, actually, from Drew, like the points he was making. It all makes sense, which I really like about it. Sometimes with these heels, like, sometimes they do stuff and it just doesn't make a great deal of sense, or they're just doing it to be an arse. But he is doing stuff that does make sense at the moment. It's really interesting to watch. And it's interesting to watch people's reactions to him as well, because of like him being booed, but really, does he deserve to be booed? Drew never attacked. Why Seth is surprised. My book is number 9 in the category for best-selling poetry for young adults. Wow, that's amazing, Sonny. That is amazing. Well done. How many have you sold now? Whilst I'm waiting for Sonny to give me the answer, I think we could probably do a quick little video because this is pretty tasty. Coming out of Raw, Raw has begun with Seth Rollins, who sort of teased for a moment that he was going to have to relinquish the title due to the injuries that he has sustained in his feud with Shinsuke. It was just a swerve, though. And he did then say, I'm only just getting started. The crowd erupted. So we've been waiting to find out who is going to be Seth's next challenger, because it doesn't seem or feel like the Shinsuke feud is going to continue. It feels like that ended at the weekend, and it turns out that is the case. It turns out the Shinsuke feud is over. A new challenger has arrived, and out came Drew McIntyre. This is a very exciting development. Drew is a very credible challenger. Of course, he's beaten Brock Lesnar in the past. He's been WWE champion in the past. He's someone that has been trying to get back to that main event picture. He took on Roman at Clash at the Castle, was potentially cheated out of victory. It's hard to know if he would have won, but he was in a great position to win. And then, of course, Solo Sikoa got involved, and that's how Solo came to the main roster. So Drew is someone that's been in main events, been around main event, very credible challenger. And yeah, this is an exciting next challenge for Seth Rollins. Drew said, I want you at Crown Jewel, and I want you 100%. Seth was quite confused by that because he's used to being jumped and attacked and everything. But it looks like that's the match we're going to get. Seth Rollins against Drew McIntyre at Crown Jewel. I like it. I think it's a good match. And we are about to move on to... oh, hello. Becky Lynch has got a new book coming out. Not Your Average Girl. By Rebecca Quinn. Okay, here's Kofi. So we're going to go to our first match of the evening. It's going to be Kofi, who is going to be in action. He's going to be taking on Ivar in a Vikings rules match. Basically, anything goes. Boom. Becky's got a book she has. Perfect stocking filler. And the book. That's when Solo debuted. Solo debuted at Clash, yeah. As I say, hard to know if he would have won it. I mean, you could say that, yeah, he would have gone on to have won that match if it weren't for Solo, but we don't know. Roman may have kicked out. But either way, like he feels like a credible challenge. It feels like he could go on to beat Seth. Do you think Kofi is a double Hall of Famer, single and tag? Yeah, I think so. I think so, because I don't think that what the Kofi Mania thing, I know that New Day were involved in it as like support and whatever, but that was really Kofi on his own, wasn't it? I think he had a fun career up until Kofi until he joins New Day. Honestly, I don't know if that's Hall of Fame worthy, but I'm going to give you my standard answer, and my standard answer is that if there's people like Shamel that can go into the Hall of Fame, then, you know, I feel like there's probably anyone that can go into the Hall of Fame. I don't think the bar is that high for getting into the Hall of Fame. Not as high as what like people I think would set it. So Kofi before he joins New Day, don't know. He did win titles, and you know he'd been around a while before joining the New Day. He'd done a fair bit. You could make an argument, but I think Kofi Mania definitely puts him in there as a single star. And I think New Day definitely are in the Hall of Fame. So, yeah, double Hall of Fame. Easy for me. Kick to the midsection there by Ivar, who hurls Kofi into... Wow. Hurls Kofi into the Shield. So we've actually got the Shields... Isn't there normally a little, like, ship thing for a Vikings rules match? We've normally got the front of a ship, haven't we? It is a brawl. It is anything goes. Look at that, man. He just threw him into those wooden shields that surround the ring. This is our first match. We are up and running. Kofi already looking underneath the ring, pulling out a table. Kofi, get the tables. So, Kofi with the table, and be careful, Kofi. Look at that. Oh, dangerous. He's got it balanced on the barricades. Not a million miles away from, like, a kid that's in the crowd. Like, you really can't be botching that. Ivar comes crashing down on Kofi, who was on the edge of the ring. So Ivar is back in control right now as Kofi is down. That table, as we said, is sure to come into play. Ivar gets chucked to the outside. Kofi back up on his feet. Ivar on the outside. Kofi looking to climb up. It's gone to the middle rope. Comes down. I don't know what that was. It wasn't like an axe handle or anything. He just sort of jumped on him. 1, 2. Pinfalls can count on the outside. So pinfall on the outside of the ring as we go to commercial break. I hope we see DIY tonight, said Debosa. That'd be good. I like DIY. I like him a lot. I'm quite excited to see how we're going to use them on the main roster. I miss watching wrestling, says Bart. Well, there's lots of companies out there. It's not only WWE. Some really good wrestling. James will probably be able to help you out with that. The amount of wrestling that James watches. New Japan is largely regarded as like the wrestling company. So if you are after like wrestling, New Japan would be somewhere to have a little look. Do you think New Day could headline the Hall of Fame considering the NWO and DX headlined? Well, I don't think New Day are the same level as NWO or DX. I mean, they were around at a different time. So don't know that I can say they're that level. Could they main event? That's interesting. That's interesting. I feel like they could main event, but I don't think that would be the strongest year. No disrespect to them. I like the New Day, but I don't know. They don't feel the same. They don't feel anywhere near as big as those other factions that you just mentioned. Weird when it comes out by herself. They aren't with Valhalla. Yeah, she hasn't been there, has she? She hasn't been there for a few. Well, she weren't there last week, so I don't know. I don't know what the situation is there. I like Valhalla with Ivar. I think part of it is because I know Valhalla is obviously married to Eric. So I am quite interested in her friendship, her relationship with Ivar. That's interesting to me. Like, do you know what I mean? When she's shouting at him and everything. He's like a family friend, isn't he? I suppose in a way he's like a brother to Eric, very much so. So I find their relationship quite interesting. So I like her being around, even with Ivar. So I don't know why Eric's not there. I don't know if it's like maybe a COVID thing or something, and could it be a case that she's having to stay out the way as well? Because I think you'd use her if you could use her, wouldn't you? I don't know why you wouldn't. They should change the start to the music to say Valhalla isn't here. Very good. Valhalla is in bed, recovering. Right, we're going back to the action. We was at commercial break. And we are already half an hour into this week's episode of Raw. Wow, in the ring. Heavy collision. Viking rules match. Anything goes. Mitchell said, who do you think is the most underrated WWE star? That's a good question. Oof. Kick coming in there by Kofi. Underrated. Top rope enziguri by Kofi. Kofi climbing up. I'll have a think. Feel free to put in your thoughts. Look underneath. Oof. Wow. Into one of the shields goes Ivar. One, two. Shoulder up. I'll tell you a name that's come to mind would be Montez Ford's. I think you could have said Chad Gable, but I think Chad Gable's getting the props that he deserves now. Sami had an incredible run, like obviously last year, but it's kind of settled a little bit for him now. I mean, he's nowhere near as hot as he was last year, but I think people are aware as to what he can do. But he was great in NXT, you know. Same with Shinsuke as well. You know, you think about those people that were in NXT that were like NXT champions. Sami was NXT champion. Shinsuke was NXT champion. And they just couldn't really get going on the main roster, unfortunately. Looking for a backslide here. Ivar has got Kofi looking to plant him down. Oh, wow. Sit down powerbomb. Look great. Look really good. Kofi manages to survive, though. Kofi managing to kick out. So, big sit-down powerbomb there. Sami is a hell of a wrestler. Montez, Gable, and Sami, says Woopack. Yeah, feel free to put in your thoughts. Who do you think is the most underrated wrestler at the moment? I think Triple H does a decent job now, actually, of making sure that people get those that deserve it, get their props, you know? Shinsuke, obviously, we're seeing him get opportunity. Sami last year got opportunity. Chad's now getting opportunity. So I don't feel like those names that we would have said in the past that are being overlooked are quite being as overlooked anymore. Oh, wow! Massive spot! Massive spot! Ivar gets planted! Planted through a table on the outside. Looked absolutely brilliant, that did. Oh, there's Valhalla! There's Valhalla! Valhalla! She's got paint all down her legs and everything. That's why she's late. She's put extra paint on her legs. Xavier has come down to try and deal with the Valhalla situation. She's approaching Xavier right now. She goes after Xavier. He moves out the way. She ends up going flying into the timekeeper's area. Oh, Ivar collides into Xavier. Damn. Kick coming in there by Kofi. We got some great action. Big shot. That's true. I mean, how the hell did he get up after that heavy collision that he sustained? So Valhalla is here. Goes for a trouble in paradise. No joy. Oh, Kofi goes through the table in the corner. Man, we got tables busting all over the place. Kofi is down. Absolutely wrecked. Wrecked. Kofi is down and out at the moment. Ivar is climbing up. So he's up top at the moment. He's going to go for the moonsault. Hits it, connects. That's got to do it. 1, 2, 3. Ivar wins a really fun match. Really fun match. Ivar picks it up. Toby, shout out to you, my friends. Ivar's a hidden gem. Ivar, do you know what? It's a good shout, actually. So athletic. That's a really good shout. He is a hidden gem. Perhaps he's underrated, but he's underrated not by the office, but by the fans. Perhaps the fans don't really rave about him as much as they should, you know? Devastation. That was sick. Okay, we're backstage with Byron Saxton. Here's Shinsuke. How'd you feel that you did on Saturday night? Oh, here's Ricochet. Oh, no. Shinsuke and Ricochet. That's not the feud I was hoping for. Makes sense, though, because he did lay out Ricochet a few weeks ago. So it does make sense, but for him to move on from a world title and now get into a feud with Ricochet... It's me a bit sad. Here's Raquel Rodriguez. Don't know. After Drew gets Ivar a world title shot, banger after banger. Time for Shinsuke to end this man's career. Well, I tell you what, that first match was really fun. Really, really fun. Tables being broken and Valhalla coming down and Xavier and like really good performances by both guys. And I think you're right, Ivar definitely opening some eyes there. Coming up next, got Raquel against Nia. Next feud for both, as we know, he's been waiting for him. Yeah, it is true, and you're not wrong. It is like, you can see why they're doing it, but it's just hard to get excited about it. But for me, anyway, for me. But some of us are so delusional. New Day to AEW because Ivar won a match. Is that what people are saying? Did I witness a hurricane come through to break up a scuffle? Did I witness a hurricane come through to break up a scuffle? You mean? Greg, hello. What was Triple H thinking bringing Nia back? Well, experience. If you look at the women's roster on Raw, there's, as we said, a lot of the big names are over on SmackDown. So you can bring women up from NXT and try and build them, but you know, there's not a lot of experience on the women's division on Raw. So if you're looking to bring a woman back who has got previous experience, Nia's not a bad shout because of her size. So I don't hate it. Don't hate it. I agree that she needs to be a bit safer, but I also think that if you're going to put her in there with small women, like, that is a recipe for disaster. Like, if she's going to be in there with Raquel, like what we're going to get tonight, I would like to think Raquel is going to be able to at least hold her own a little better. But it is true that she needs to, you know, be a bit safe or whatever, and I'm sure those are conversations that have been had with her. But you can't get away from the fact that she is probably the biggest woman that you can go and get. I don't know if there is a bigger female active in America at the moment. Is there a bigger, you know what I mean? You present Nia right. You present her as a monster. I think you've got something interesting. If you present her as just another woman on the roster, which is kind of how she felt last time during her last run, then you haven't really got anything that special, have you? But I think if you can find a way of presenting her as a monster, which I think they've definitely presented her that way since she came in, you know, absolutely like destroying people. I think you've got something. Let's put it that way. If you want a bit more experience on the roster. Look at Rhea's hair. She's got her hair back in a bun. Got you a rematch next week. Rematch next week. At the end of the day, you still have the contracts. Prove yourself tonight. Take care of Drew. JD was like, and he looked over at like Finn, like, how do you want me to take care of Drew? He looked over at Finn. Finn was like, yes. JD went from doing this to going, yeah, okay. Damien wants to finish JD off. Part of me really wants to finish you off, says Damien to JD. It's all a bit sexy backstage, isn't it? Anyone else feel that way? It's all a little bit like, do you know what I mean? Here's Nia. I need to hear this music again. It's better, but it's still nowhere near what I'd be looking for her. I don't get how she needs music like Brock. I don't know why that's so hard for them. It's like they got together and they went, we need to change Nia's music. They're like, yeah, oh God, thank God someone's come up with it. Yes, we do, you're right. This is a conversation I've been waiting for a long time. And then they've come up with this. And like everyone's gone, yeah, yeah, that's good. Let's do that. I don't get it. It's not a million miles from what she had before. Still got like a female voice, like singing away. She's just saying different words. But it is better. Here we go then. Nia against Raquel. Nia versus Raquel. Nia has lost a lot of weight, says Victoria. Oh, look, her ring gear's got ripped. Whoa! Here we go, boys! Here we go! Woo! Da 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 bum 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 bum. Ah, look at, I bet all the pervs are out there, eh? Now that Nia's showing a bit of flesh, showing a bit of skin. All the things as well, I would imagine, eh? Stomping away. Oh, look at that. Bit of thigh, bit of leg. Mitchell said, I'll pass on Nia, thanks. She won't let you. You're not allowed to pass on her. My hole! Her hole! She's ripped a new hole. When are you starting the Big Brother 24-hour live stream watch along? That's a good question. That's a good question. Do you want to jump on that as well? We'll do a nightly breakdown, shall we, of each episode? Let's go. I'm still not over JD getting choked out, said got any Nick. Show the picture. I know you've got the picture. Do you know what? I don't actually. I was too busy talking about it rather than retrieving it. Nia, my hole. Do you know what? I don't think people have really put any pictures on social media yet. I suppose. This dude here said Nia Jax in that tight outfit does something for me. I'm just saying. I'm telling you, simps be simping, man. Simps be simping. Do you know what? I would show you a picture of it, but I don't have one. And social media doesn't have one. As soon as I get one, I will bring it to you. Gaming Content said Nia Jax is not the best wrestler. I don't think anyone has claimed that she is the best wrestler. Please read my comment, says John. John's comment says... Let's go. Where's John's comment? John's comment says... I don't know where your comment is, John. I don't think you did comment anything, John. Is your comment? Please read my comment, John. Profits, says Laval. What if Bibi acts like the Profits with groovy dances? Should we see Hurt Profits LWO feuds? What if Amos was a member of the Hurt Profits? No, I don't think Bibby should be doing groovy dances. The Profits need to become like Bibby. Bibby doesn't need to be like the Profits. So they're, and I think we're going to go that way, you know, because he's talking about them getting a killer instinct and everything. So I think if anything, they're going to be like the Hurt Business. Hopefully, you know, sharp suits, acting classy, acting respectable. That's the kind of thing I'm looking for from that group. Omos join in. He could. He definitely could. It was not the worst idea. Not the worst idea. I tell you what Omos needs. Wins. That's what he needs. We keep bringing him in for, like, taking on Braun or Brock or whoever and Bobby, and he keeps losing. So, like, he's just not a threat. He's a big guy, but because he keeps getting losses and L's, like, he's not a threat. So you could put him in with that group, and as long as he started getting victories, then you might be able to get somewhere. Elbow drop there by Knight. That hole's got bigger, you know, boys. That hole has got bigger. My hole! Let's go. Do you think they'll have Drew go over Seth or Seth over Drew? I think it'll be Seth over Drew. I think it'll be Seth over Drew. Nia is keeping Raquel grounded at the moment. Crowd are trying to get Raquel back into it. A couple of back elbows. Clothesline. Nia stays on her feet. Another clothesline. Again, Raquel against the ropes. Clothesline. Nia goes back against the ropes. Big boot. Nia goes down. It took quite a few attempts there for Raquel to get Nia off of her feet. She's going to look to pick her up like, oh, powering, no. Couldn't do it. Nia collides into Raquel. Raquel goes down. I think she just said something there, but I didn't hear what she said. I think she called her the B words. Nia Jax. Dragging Raquel. We know what's coming now. We know what's coming now. She's got Raquel. She'll miss. The Annihilator. That's what they're calling it. The Annihilator. She'll miss. She'll miss, and then she'll crash on the mat and be like, ah, my hole. Oh, she didn't even get a chance to miss. Raquel is up. Powerbomb. Boom. Raquel powerbombing Nia. Cal have Nia up here. Taking a few steps forward and then powerbombing her down. Crowd are into it. They're behind Raquel. Here's Rhea. Rhea's come down. She chucks Raquel out the ring. Shots to the midsection. She goes downstairs and upstairs. Kick to the head. Oh! Shots coming in by Rhea. Raquel grabs Rhea. Clothesline. We got a three-way dance here. Another clothesline again. Missed round the back. Headbutt by Rhea. Raquel goes down to her knees. Shayna Baszler's come in. Shayna Baszler has gone after Nia now. Rhea and Shayna are just exchanging a few words at the moment. Get out of my ring. Shayna with a German suplex to Rhea. Go, oh, vicious knee. Damn, man. She just knocked Rhea into next week. Look at that. Rhea is down. Lot of moving parts there, weren't there? Lot of moving parts. We got Nia, who was battling with Raquel. Rhea coming down. Shayna coming down. Shayna standing over Rhea right now. Don't know where Raquel's gone. Fatal 4-way? Where's that go? Shayna should have hit her with the clutch. Rhea is down on her rear, said John. It's official. One question. What's your problem? So Seth's like, well, what's going on? I'm getting attacked. You didn't do anything. But as soon as the Money in the Bank contract shows up, then you prevent that. If it doesn't involve my business, I don't get involved. It does make sense. You don't have to worry about Judgment Day. They couldn't take this title from me. And neither can you. A little bit of heat there. But Drew's sticking to his words. I think he is turning heel, but, you know, he said, it doesn't involve me. I ain't getting in fights that don't involve me. If they cash in, that involves me. Because if Damien's got the title, I'm going to have to deal with Judgment Day. You know, I want to be facing you for that belt, and that makes a lot of sense. Tomorrow night. Let's go. Let's go. Oh, do you know what? That's really funny. They showed Nia on screen looking at Shayna and looking at Rhea, who were in the ring. And they showed Nia on the outside, like, looking at them. And there was, like, a mark on her stomach, which I honestly thought was, like, some sort of, like, indentations or something. I don't know. I didn't really think about it. I just kind of thought it was maybe how the ring gear had been made. I saw it, but I didn't think anything of it. But someone has got a picture of it, and they're saying that it's actually makeup. Someone has gone face first into her stomach, and because the women are so heavily made up, it's not like part of her costume, how it's been made. It's not indentations or anything like this. It's actually a face that has been planted on her ring gear because they've gone face first into her stomach. I've got the image. Can you see? On there, like, I thought it was light reflecting off her ring gear. That's what I thought it was. So I didn't think about it. But actually, someone has made a really good point on social media. They're saying that is a face. The two eyes, the nose, the... Someone's gone face first into Nia Jax's stomach. Into her womb. Someone's gone face first into her womb. And they've left their face mark. I tell you what, it's a bit freaky, isn't it, if you think about it? It looks like a ghost. Looks like some... We need Shotzi and Scarlett to investigate. Because they're doing those ghost hunts at the moment, aren't they? Well, there's one right here. There's one right here. On Nia's midsection. Ooh. Freaky. People wanted to see the hole. My hole. Here we go. Here you go, boys. So here you can see, this is when Rhea came down and there was there's Raquel going out the ring. There's Rhea. And there's the hole that's starting to appear in Nia's ring gear. So, yeah, I tell you what. Never know what you're going to get, do you? What you're going to get with Rhea, with Nia. But she definitely delivered for us this week. We've got ripped ring gear, and we've got a ghost face on her womb. I'll take my chance with Nia. I bet she'll give me an experience, if you know what I mean. Oh, you'll have an experience, mate. You'll have an experience. Boom. Right. It's the Predator. I don't think that ring gear is PG. Maybe not. Maybe not. The face looked like Predator. Maybe that's her new gimmick. That's her new gimmick. Right, we're going back to the action right now. We are already done with the first hour. This show has been going, man. This has been decent so far this week. I've really enjoyed the Viking Rules match. The Nia and Raquel match was fun. Drew stepping up to Seth. No one sneak attacks me in my ring and gets away with it, says Shayna. Tozawa again. Tozawa again. He did that. Was it last week with Nia backstage where he walks up in the background, sees like a badass woman and turns around and like shuttles away? That's 2 weeks in a row that he's done that now. Right, here's Jey Uso. Please be drunk. Please be drunk. I can't be the only one that's like, please be drunk. Or high, or whatever it was. Jey Uso making his way down. I'm expecting Sami and Kevin to make their presence felt here. Scarlett and Shotzi are the new Ghostbusters, says K-pop lover. Main event, Jey Uso. Hour one went fast. It did. It did. I think it's been a good hour. Good hour. No complaints about Seth's next challenger. No complaints about the Viking Rules match. No complaints about Nia and Raquel. Would have liked a clean finish, but I feel like we're building to something bigger. Backstage Judgment Day stuff was fun. Yeah, I think it's been a really solid first hour. I'm guessing Cody as well is going to come out. So I'll put his name down. Wrestling has got one royal family or more than one royal family. Cody on his way. Yeets! 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 Adrenaline in the soul. Cody in a nice looking suit. Cole is Samantha Irvin now. Doing a little bit of announcing, isn't he? I like him in the ring. He was in the ring for Seth, wasn't he? Was it last week? Thought that was quite good. So, Cody making his way down. We know that there's going to be an announcement by... Oh, look, he's letting the kid have a little touch of the belt. That's pretty cool. Smile on the face of Cody. Smile on the face of Jey. They've got to reference what happened at the press conference because it was absolutely everywhere. Cody shaking the hand of Michael Cole. And here's not the show. Cody forgets and throws a tag belt to the fans. Good point. thinking it's his weight belt. Let's hear it for the undisputed tag team champions. How does it feel to be? Okay, Jay's pretty fired up about it. Yeet. He makes Cody laugh. I'm a 2-time undisputed tag team champ and my partner is Cody Rhodes. Yeet. Okay, Cody. This big responsibility to defend these titles. What does that do for your original goal? Finishing the story. You and I have had some real personal conversations. Are you content with this? Is this going to deter you? It's not a very good question, to be honest, is it? Not a very good question. I can't imagine he's going to turn around and go, yeah, that dream's over now. I'm done with that. I've decided I'm not going to finish the story. Michael. You're right about one thing. What a moment Fastlane was. I'm just excited to be an undisputed tag team champion. I do want to get back to my question. Yeah, but it was a stupid question. You asked a stupid question. You should just pretend that we didn't hear it. Just pretend that we didn't hear what you said, Michael. Michael Cole with the heel questions again, said Harif. This is a perfect chapter to the story. His tag champ alongside Roman's former number 2, says ABJ. That's true, isn't it? Jay was meant to be the next tribal chief, wasn't he? The right-hand man. Good point. How do you think Jay and Cody win in the tag title? I don't mind it. I don't mind it. As I said, I think we've got to just find something for Cody to do in the short time because he's nowhere near finishing the story, is he? Because he's on a wrong brand for starters. Here's Sami. Sami Zayn is coming out. Isn't this the wrong music? Wasn't this his... Am I wrong? Isn't that Sami's old music? I thought he had changed it. I thought he had gone back to his old music. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. Let's go. Bum bum ba dum bum ba dum. Bum bum ba dum bum ba da ba da ba dum bum bum ba dum bum ba dum. I thought that was his face music. Bum bum ba dum bum ba da ba da bum. Different theme. Might be a tag theme. Heel Sami. Yeah, I'm confused. They did change it. Okay, so Sami and Kevin are in the ring. Saying that they won those titles in the main event of WrestleMania. Sami said, as far as I'm concerned, that's the story that we're talking about now. So he's not interested in talking about any other stories. Let's talk about the tag titles. I came out here to congratulate you on winning those. Jay, we've been through a lot. I mean this from the bottom of my heart. I'm happy for you. Okay, I believe him. Believe him. I believe he is happy for him. But he wants a shot, man. He wants a shot. This is the part where it gets a bit complicated. Not complicated for Kevin. Kevin don't give a flip, man. Kevin's looking at Sami like, this ain't complicated. It should be us that's holding those titles. Like I said, mixed emotions. I don't have mixed emotions, says Kevin. I'm not happy at all to see you with those tag titles. I want those titles back. You said, I'd love to challenge you to a tag title match here tonight. Crown Jewel would make sense, wouldn't it? That'd be a banging match, man. Drew against Seth. Sami and Kevin against Cody and Jay at Crown Jewel. Crown Jewel shaping up already to be good. To be real good. Here's the problem. Jey Uso can't handle the thought of losing those titles again to us. We're all friends here, says Cody. I think you're wrong, Kev. We do accept. We can do it tonight. Is something going to stop this? Or is this going to be our main event? Don't screw this one up. Feels like it's happening, doesn't it? Feels like it's happening. Feels like it's happening. Okay, well, my guess would be that something's going to happen. Someone's going to get involved. It's probably going to not be a clean finish, satisfying match, and it still ends up going to Crown Jewel. But yeah, I think that might be our main event. Cody and Jay defending the tag titles against Sami and Kevin. Judgment Day interrupt. Was the theme song a botch? I think it was, yeah. I think so. Here's Bronson Reed backstage. You're not going to get anywhere near that IC title for as long as I'm in your way. Okay, so Bronson wants a shot against Gunther. So it looks like it's going to be Chad against Bronson then. Don't mind that. Thank you. Okay, Ricochet making his way out. Let's go, Bronson. A title shot for Bronson, said Lone Star Friend. There's no way that match is going to be clean. Nakamura attacking Ricochet already. Nakamura and Ricochet are brought headbutt there by Nakamura. Nakamura with a knee to the face like a GTS. People coming out and trying to get Nakamura and Ricochet separated. Ricochet back up on his feet and we're going to commercial break. Punk confirmed. Judgment Day are going to interfere. Sami said, I haven't heard that song in a while, but okay. Is that what he said? Is that what he said? Yeah, that's a fun botch, that is. That's a fun botch. GTS? GTS? Did I miss DIY? You didn't. That's how he prepares. Ain't no till today for the first time. They keep teasing CM Punk, says Brony. Suzanne said, I'm excited Undertaker will be on NXT tomorrow, but he'll be American Badass and not Dead Man. Shinsuke should use the GTS more often. Shot fired, said Andy. Shot fired. Darren Guy said Shinsuke attacking Ricochet. He did. Don't think that Ricochet's match is going to go ahead now, whatever it was meant to be. I don't even know what it was meant to be. Do I know what it was meant to be? Have a look. Kingston, Viking Rules, we've done that. We've still got Becky and Tegan, but I think that was the only other thing that was previewed. Yeah. That's the only other thing that's previewed. So anything else other than that, I don't know. We've got an hour and 45 minutes, and I'm only aware of one match. And of course, we just had another one made for our main. Ricochet versus Bronson versus Gable, said Nita Nitro. Was that the match we were going to get? Maybe Shinsuke gets added and it becomes a fatal four-way. I think it's been really, really fun. I say up to this point because I don't know if it's going to be able to maintain like how good it's been. It might dip off. It might drop off. I hope not. But so far, I mean, this is a pleasure to watch. It would be cool to see Ricochet bring in his Prince Puma gimmick. Yes, it would. I agree. I would really like that. I really like Prince Puma from Lucha Underground. I thought that was cool. I think there's a bit that you can do with it. Like Ricochet, I don't think Ricochet is as cool a name. I don't think his look is as good. And I don't know. I mean, what is Ricochet? What does he stand for? We know that he's in a relationship with Samantha Irvin, but we rarely use that. To be honest, we only used it during the feud with Logan, I think because Logan wanted to use it. Because Logan is looking for any little advantage, anything he can use to have a little dig at his opponent. Which I wish more people did, to be honest. I don't know why more people don't use his relationship with Samantha Irvin as part of their build, part of the feud. So, yeah, I agree. Prince Puma, I think, was quite interesting. But I would imagine that that's a copyright that they don't have any rights for. I don't know if they could get it. BWE say Sami theme change was done by accident. Lol. Okay, There we go. We got a graphic for Cody and Jay against Sami and Kevin. Undisputed WWE Tag Team Championship on the line. We know that the Judgment Day have got a match for the titles next week. That was a match announced earlier. So there is a great chance that they are going to get involved. So, yeah, we're still getting a triple threat match that people were saying. So, Ricochet against Chad against Bronson. So Nakamura has weakened Ricochet for this next contest. Gaming Content says CM Punk was going to return at Survivor Series in Chicago. It makes sense because his last match was at Money in the Bank 2011 in Chicago. Here's Bronson reads. Real Kyle said, do you think Boogs was right when he said WWE is trying to get rid of strong masculinity? I have not seen him saying that. I don't think that would be accurate. Why would WWE be trying to get rid of strong masculinity? To be honest, the more Boogs is talking out, the more we're getting a glimpse of his character, what he is like as a person. And I don't think it's been a very good look, to be honest. He seems quite bitter, which you can understand. But some of the points that he's making as well don't add up. I mean, I think that he was probably given some encouragement under Vince that wasn't there under Triple H, and I think that his whole world has kind of been pulled from underneath him, and I think that's a hard thing to take, isn't it? That's a hard thing to get your head around. It's a hard thing to accept. And this is why I hate these fire-ins for budget cuts, because these people have the next at least few years planned in their minds. And then all of a sudden it's all took away. It's all gone. And, yeah, I don't know. I don't... I'd have to read exactly what he said or hear exactly what he said, but I don't know. I'm certainly not sensing that we're getting rid of strong masculine characters when we've got, like, Bronson Reed in the ring right now. Could we get Sami Kevin heel turn or Kevin turn on Sami, said McArise. Well, you can get anything. I mean, you could have either of those. I don't think either of those will happen. But could have either of those. I think it's probably more likely that we'll end up with this being a screwy finish, and we'll get either this match at Crown Jewel or Judgment Day will be added and it'll be a triple threat thing, rather than splitting up Sami and Kevin as a tag team. Bronson hurls Chad and Ricochet to the outsides. Bronson against Gunther would be a banger, said Zoom Station. Gunther should face a big man, said Lone Star Friends. Bronson has to win this, says Davids. The mic keeps going in and out. Shouldn't. I think there might be a little YouTube issue. Yeah, it got mentioned earlier that was potentially a thing. Laval said, Days, what are the thoughts on Bibby and Hurt Profits? Oh, we answered that one earlier, but I remember you put that comment in before. Pretty Deadly are the best examples of strong masculinity. Let's go. Boogs didn't do anything. Bye, said Sergio. Right, we're at commercial break again. We're really getting through these commercials this evening. I feel like we only just came back from one. Gunther versus Seth at WrestleMania 2024. IC champ versus World Heavyweight champ Hogan Warrior style, said Leon. I would say heel turn for Kevin by attacking Jay, said Surfy Tunes. Cody Rhodes is a handsome man, says Elizabeth. Jacob said, I want Kevin to turn heel tonight when they lose. Wrestler Andy said, what are the odds of Tegan winning with Becky already having her next match booked? Very, very low. I'd say the same odds that she would have had she have got the matches planned a few weeks ago, which would also have been very, very low. Do you think NXT is lacking in the men's division as far as fresh matches? Feels like we've seen every combination of matchup. I don't think so. NXT's got a lot of people that it can use. So I don't think so. I mean, we're starting to see Trick Williams coming through. I mean, we haven't seen Trick against Carmelo, for example. Ilya is at the top now. So, I mean, I suppose we've done a lot with Carmelo and Braun, but that's where we probably need to start putting in some other people now. Like, I mean, Wes is around. We had been like doing a few things with Mustafa Ali, but he's gone now, unfortunately. Dijak, we could do a bit more with. Eddie Thorpe, definitely we could do more with. So I think there are people, but yeah, there's probably people that we do need to get to that kind of next level that have just been bubbling underneath. But Ilya against Baron, have we done that match? I mean, that feels like the next match for Ilya, doesn't it? And then obviously Von Wagner's going to come back. And so I'd imagine Von Braun is the next match. Ilya and Baron will be the next match. And I don't know what next for Carmelo. Don't know what next for him. But there's some options because, as we said, you got the likes of Eddie Thorpe that you can always do more with. Dijak. Trick. Don't know. But yeah, I don't disagree that we need to get a few more in that kind of main event scene, you know? We have leaned heavily on Braun, Carmelo, Ilya, Baron. Gunther against Bronson seems a bit strange to me, said Brian. Seems strange to me as well. But we have done heel against heel before. Carmelo against Trick. What about today's main event? Yeah, good, fun. I expect it to be a bit screwy. I'm not expecting a clean victory. It could be a win for Cody and Jay thanks to Judgment Day, or it could be that they lose, but lose by DQ thanks to Judgment Day. I'm expecting Judgment Day to get involved. I wasn't expecting the match. I thought that we would just do it for Crown Jewel. But we're doing it tonight. And I'm here for it, man. Yeah, good. Right. Let's dial in, shall we, on this one? Because we've got Chad, we got Ricochet, we've got Bronson. Bronson has got Ricochet and Chad on his shoulders. Look at that. Both guys, two guys. And double Samoan drop by Bronson. Going for the cover. Bronson really showing off his size, his strength. Maxine is at ringside watching on. Bang, look at that. Some of the NXT women have been there forever, like Gigi and Cora, and they're not gaining anything by being in NXT, says Code Black. My guess is JD will try to prove himself by interfering. Oh, he's got a match, hasn't he, actually, against Drew? They said that earlier. He could still interfere, yeah. Ricochet gets the ropes. Gets caught by Bronson. Ricochet back in the corner. Top rope enziguri there by Ricochet. Ricochet going up springboard. Drop kick, lovely. Bronson goes out the ring. Ricochet looking to go against the ropes, but Chad. At the moment, both guys looking for a backslide. No swings round. Got him up. Power bomb. He's got him on his back. Razor's edge. What are we going for? Oh, reverse. Into like a Hurricanrana. He's got... Oh. Standing shooting star by Ricochet. Lands on Chad. Only gets a 2 count. Only gets a 2 count. JD will be lucky if he can still walk after the match tonight, said Victoria. Mitchell said, what do you think of the names like Dirty Dom and Big Bronson Reed and Seth freaking Rollins? Do they annoy you? I don't think they're needed. Do they annoy me? Don't know. I could do without them. Big Bronson Reed. It's not needed, is it? Seth freaking Rollins. I think it's fine for the fans to say Seth freaking Rollins, but it doesn't actually have to be part of his name, you know? When I see it on the graphic, it looks a bit cringe. It's one of those that if the fans want to emphasize it's Seth freaking Rollins, that's fine. But to add it to the graphic is a bit weird. Dirty Dom, I don't mind. But again, I sort of feel like these just don't need to be on graphics. They're the kind of thing that you could say on commentary, and then the fans will pick up on it and they'll refer to them as these things. I don't think they need to be on graphics. I don't know. They don't bother me that much. Here's Ricochet going up top. Chad down in the middle of the ring. Chad goes over, grabs Ricochet, climbs up top, looking for a German. Ricochet, I think, might have tweaked his knee, but Chad doesn't care. Oh, into a German. But Bronson just grabs Ricochet, hurls Ricochet on top of Chad. Boom, big senton. Whoa, Bronson crashing down on both guys. Big splash. That's got to be it. 1, 2, 3. Big Bronson Reed. It's going to be Gunther against Bronson Reed. Damn. That's a flipping challenge, isn't it? That's going to be a challenge for Gunther. Oh my God. How would you feel if he beat him? What if Bronson Reed is the one? Young superstar. Very credible. That's a great match. It is heel against heel, and I do agree it's weird. But it's a proper collision, isn't it? Of two monsters. Yeah, no, I agree. Wade Barrett said it's a completely different challenge. Whoa, what you think? What you think? Backstage with Big Time. Big Time. Reader's got the charisma of a turtle, said People's Wrestling Channel. Big men slapping meat next week. We're in Omaha. Microphone's a bit botchy. When you're a fighting champ, you're never 100%. She says, what is a success is the pre-release of my new book. Biggest opportunity of Tegan's career. She better bring everything she has. Xia Li. What about me? When will it be Zaya's turn? I'm not a hard woman to find. So it looks like Zaya's going to be next. Da-na. Nice promo for the book, said George. Right, here we go then. Drew making his way out. Yeah, Bronson picking up that dub, man. It's not what I was expecting, but because I really thought they'd go Chad. But it looks like it's going to be Bronson. Well, it is Bronson next week. Right, Drew against D. McDonough. And as soon as we get to commercial break, we'll do halftime scores, so start thinking about them. Nick. What did Nick say? I just saw Nick say something about a meme. Hank said, why does Seth have a middle name of Freakin'? What if he has a new name of... I don't think we'd get away with that. That would be a good name. Well, I can't remember. I think he was referring to himself as Seth Freakin' Rollins. And it caught on, and so they started putting it on the graphic. So I think that's just where it originated from. Right, here we go. Halftime scores, everybody. It's the halftime scores. I really want to know your halftime scores. Put it in the chat. Halftime scores, everybody. It's the halftime scores. Are you happy? It's the halftime scores. Are you happy or you sad? Halftime scores, everybody. It's the halftime scores. I should get that recorded. If I got it recorded, I could just press play then. Just sit here like this. Lovely, lovely. Right, halftime scores. Get in your scores. Get in your scores. Lee with a 6. Alex Bliss Gamer with a 7.5. Suzanne with a 7. Matt M with a 6.5. Theodore said 7. Sunny says 6. Victoria with a 10. Larry with a 7. Tracy 7.5. Q the Light Knight 7.4. John said 7.5. Draco said 7. David said halftime score Raiders 10. Green Bay 3. ARM Production said 8. This Raw is pretty good. Nita Nitro with a 7. Legend 72 says 8. Kinshasa with a 7. Suzanne with a 7. Bad Karma with a 7. Dark Angel said Seth Freakin' Rollins is trademarked. Terry with a 7. Donald with a 7. Trey with a 7. Sean with a 6.76. Mitchell said, I will go 7.5 to 8 range. It's been really fun. Brian with an 8. Ray with an 8. Liam said 7.25. Matt with a 6.5. Matt with an 8.5. Gaming Content Channel with a 9. Zoom Station said 7 yeets. Yeet. LD Call with a 7. Uncle Howdy with a 10. Brony with a 6.75. Greg with an 8. Darren Guy says 10. Jordan said 6.99. Big Time Baxter with a 7. Brony with a 6.75. Anthony with a 10. Dark Angel said 5.5. Damien with a 7. Master of Fakes with a 7. Carter Time said 6.25. 7 for Marty. Daniel with a 7. Patrick with a 7. Trafford with a 6. Brian with an 8. Justin says 8. Shanky 8, but an 8. Oh, shaky. My brain translated that to wrestling and it went shanky. Gunslinger with a 7. 9 for Stanton Adams, 9 for Green Shirt Guy, 7 for Anna, 7.5 for Alex, Darren Guy with a 10, Anthony with a 10, Billy with an 8, Kian with a 7.5, Trey Gaming with a 7, Mitchell said 7.5 to 8, William with a 6, William Wright with a 7, Serious Gaming with a 6, Justin Archer with a 7, Harith with a 7, Inside Out and again 7.5, Veggie Beast with an 8.8, Justin with a 7, Trafford with a 6. Tried to get to as many as I could there. I would be about a 7.25, I think. About a 7.25, getting towards maybe a 7.5, but I don't know. Yeah, 7.25 I think is very fair. I think it's just at the moment missing like an OMG type moment. You know, like a real serious, whoa. Something like that just to get it up to the 8s. You know, could we like an NXT call up or Jade Cargill come walking out, or do you know what I mean? Something like whoa. Doesn't quite have that I mean, Bronson Reed is nice. Tag match out of nowhere for the titles. I mean, if we get new champs, that would do it. So yeah, I agree. Lots of 7s and a few 6s, a couple of 8s. I think it's been a really fun show. I have not felt bored in the slightest. And I'm not going to be feeling bored right now either, because Drew McIntyre stepping up to JD McDonough. JD circling round Drew. These two locking up. We know that Judgment Day have been very clear that JD needs to pick up the victory here. Chop coming in there by JD, who's back in the corner. He's got a little smile on his face. Drew trying to go after him. JD moves out the way. He's throwing in these strikes. Rolling out the ring. Drew coming out after him. JD jumping into the ring. Drew comes in, gets the rope, stuck underneath by JD. Big back body drop. Wow. Big air. Big air. JD is the new honorary JD, like Sami in the Bloodline. Honorary Judgment Day. I like it. Look at that, man. Look at that. Air JD. He did get some serious height there. JD McDonough net breaker there by Drew. Dominic is at ringside. Drew going over by the ropes, listening out to the fans. Are you ready for NXT WrestleMania tomorrow? I'm very ready, man. As I said, I don't think we're doing Wrestling Escape Pod tomorrow. I sent a message to Tommy to say, can we move it to Wednesday or something this week? Because I want to start early tomorrow. You know, if we can start at like 11, which would be what, 6 Eastern? Start our NXT stream tomorrow, I'll do that. It's so big. I mean, we can talk about what's Undertaker gonna do, what's Cody's announcement, what's happening with AEW and all of that. Like, there's so much to talk about. So yeah, it's gonna be a big stream tomorrow. Drew colliding into JD McDonough. JD going down. Drew grabbing JD, hurling him back into the ring. Dominic on the outside. Dominic grabbing Drew, hurling him into the ring post. Michael Cole said, I don't know why this fool is out here. Kick coming in there by JD. Bang, comes crashing down onto Drew McIntyre. Dirty Dominic Mysterio. Morgan Freeman and Tom Jones are going to be on commentary tomorrow. Let's go. Have you seen the meme that compares JD to a Funko Pop? Well, I think so. I've seen, I heard the promo that came from. And I have seen a picture of him compared to a Funko Pop. I think someone even made a Funko Pop of him, didn't they? That rings a bell. Dominic again grabbing at Drew. Dominic goes over to the commentary table. So JD distracting the referee. JD going to the middle of the ring, grabbing the leg. Oh, future shock. Future shock DDT. Drew is back up on his feet. He's back in the corner. Drew is going to look to deliver the Claymore. Boom, connects. JD down. 1, 2, 3. Ah, he's a loser. Forget him. Forget him, he's a loser. Judgment Day don't need losers. Took the L, innit? Took the L. Leave him, Dom. Leave him. If Judgment Day are going to bring people in, you want someone that's going to be able to pick up victories. Deaded, Claymored, even with outside interference. Even with Dirty Dominic trying to help, JD couldn't get the job done. It's the right move. We're building Drew up for flipping Crown Jewel, so he had to win. Damien said something there, but the mic didn't pick it up. Rhea said she's got an idea, and she said, trust me. Little bit botched, that backstage segment. Couldn't really hear the audio. Even with outside interference, he still lost. Bad day. JD is still a better wrestler than Dominic, said Inside Out and again. Virgil gets pinned faster than JD. Maybe there's hope, said David. He'll be out the Judgment Day before being in the Judgment Day. JD McDonald's. Da, 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 da. Right, we just got another advert for NXT here. Another advert for NXT. Major announcement from Cody Rhodes tomorrow on NXT. 8/7 Central. It's the gong. Oh my God. Every time Rhea has an idea, it's worked out so well, said Smurfy Tunes. Production crew is having a botchy night. They are, man. Ghost-tober. Yeah, they are. They're having a bit of a mare tonight, aren't they? Playing the wrong music and the microphone level's not being quite right. Right, we are at commercial break and we've got 1 hour, 15 minutes left of Raw. It's been a solid Raw. It's been a decent week this week. Certainly not like some of those weeks where it feels like we're just spinning our wheels and not really making much progress. Like we're setting up new feuds. We're finding new challengers. We're moving storylines forwards. Feel like, do you know what I mean? It's one of those where if someone was to jump in now and go, what have I missed? You'd be like, oh. Just watch the show. There's been a fair bit. And a fair bit to come as well. We've still got Becky defending the NXT women's title. And we've still got the tag title match as part of the main event. Did Becky and Tegan happen yet? Not yet. Imagine if Raw gets moved to a Wednesday. Tony will have a title match on every Dynamite. Yeah, they'd be wise to move to a Monday, wouldn't they, if they could do it? Judgment Day would be better faction in a different era, said Code Black. Zoom Station said Cody announces he is Dusty wasn't... Cody announces Dusty wasn't a pizza man. He's going to announce that Dusty wasn't the son of a plumber. JD McDonough had the best match so far, but he's not related to The Rock, so he gets a 2-minute match. Triple H must have never seen young lions in New Japan Pro Wrestling. George Vlog said, Tony is doing the same as NXT, making the first 30 minutes ad-free, but remember, there is no... What? There is no what? There is no what? Mitchell, are the production crew on strike? First of all, AEW stuff. Now, WWE, I feel like they're fearing for their lives. Since Rhea came back and appointed herself as the leader, Judgment Day have had nothing but L's and bad luck. Maybe that will play into a story, says Jay. Big Time said we need a bit of a breather segment. Can't have match after match. It's been match heavy. Who noticed GTS Nakamura hit, says People Wrestling Channel. Stone said, I bet Cody is going to announce the return of the Dusty Classic. Terry Funk is his real father. K-pop lover Cody is going to buy AEW. Let's go. Cody's major announcement is just to let you know what's happened over on AEW so you don't have to turn the channel over. That's his major announcement. Cody's going to say that he's text Edge and Edge just told him how his match is going to go. Edge, are you beating Luchasaurus this week? Yeah. It's going to be a 10-minute match. I'll be beating him with a spear. All right, thanks, buds. And he's going to read that tweet out. That's his major announcement. That'll put butts in seats. All right, we're seeing last week Gunther picking up that win over Tommaso Ciampa. And then here came Johnny. Johnny Wrestling. The reunion of DIY. So are we getting a DIY segment now? Gargano. Oh, Wade Barrett did an interview. Is this a backstage thing? Oh, love it. Love these backstage interviews. Backstage interview with Johnny and Tommaso. We've got some bad news. You got him good. DIY was always bigger than us. We were undeniable in NXT. They were, man. They were great. Our history is like no other. What if DIY was on Monday Night Raw? DIY have been on Monday Night Raw before. I remember a DIY match back in the day on Monday Night Raw. This is finally our moment. Wow! Did you see Imperium then? Proper just booting Johnny in the face. The question was, will we see DIY on Raw? And Johnny went, well, that's the question, isn't it? But before he could say anything else, Imperium. I don't know what Ludwig's saying, but it's probably not good news. Johnny chucked down, Tommaso down. And walk away. That was good. I love those little backstage interviews. These days, I'm a lover, not a fighter, says Wade Barrett. Michael Cole giving Wade Barrett some advice on how to conduct those backstage interviews. Michael Cole did them for years. He was very good at them. Richard Banbury, Paranormal Investigation Unit. Shout out to you, my friends. Appreciate the support. I feel a lot safer knowing that you're around as well. If there is any paranormal activity, then I feel like we've got it covered. So shout out to you, dudes. Really appreciate it. Appreciate everyone joining us for this week's Raw. And it's been a fun show so far. Mitchell saying about how Nia's hole is no AJ Styles rip. It is quite reminiscent of that, isn't it? When AJ ripped his ring gear. Nia doing something similar earlier tonight. My hole. Right, we've just seen a video package for Tegan Nox, who is going to get an opportunity at that NXT Women's Championship. Now. How have you been preparing for this? Tonight. I'm going to make sure she faces the best version. Tegan Nox has got the worst look. I would not be surprised if she gets like a heavy injury here. Someone that's going to take her out for like the next 12 months. Disaster just seems to strike this girl all the time. Just like how she was meant to have this match a couple of weeks ago and then for some reason she didn't get it. Twice she did her ACLs. Twice she was out for like about 12 months or so. She's had horrible luck. Horrible. She's never been able to, like, really build momentum as a result, so this is a big opportunity for her. It's the man versus Tegan. We need Hornswoggle back. Green Bean said, Days Cody will announce that Gilbert is going to be on NXT against Vic Joseph. Nia Jax versus AJ Styles. Pole up a hole match, says David. There's videos out there like that, but I've seen a few of them poles up a hole match, let me tell you. Laval, we've answered that, but we answered it earlier. Days, are you actually watching Raw? Everything is just a figment of your imagination. Well, do you know what? If that's true, then it's been a better figment this week. Because I've seen a few Raws recently that I think my imagination could do better. But this week has been all right. Talking about any kids, when is daddy time going to be placed? I don't know what that means. Talking about our kids, when is daddy time going to be placed? Don't know what that means. Cue the light night. Are you AI? What's going on? Tony just tweeted, Dynamite is going to be commercial free for the first 30 minutes, says James. Really? Lol. Tony Khan. Tony Khan. Tony Khan. Na 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 na. Tony Khan. Tony Khan. Go on, Tony. Go on, mates. 13 minutes ago, the first 30 minutes will be commercial free. Do you reckon he sat there and he's like, I don't know what to do. And then he saw NXT was going commercial free and he was like, I've had a great idea. I know what to do. Let's be commercial free for the first. That is genius. Where did you get that from, Tony? My brain. I'm Booker of the Year. My Booker of the Year brain came up with it. NXT is the... Don't say that out loud. Not AI, but I do have a system, says Q the Light Knight. Well, there we go. Someone responded to him, and he has responded with a GIF that says, okay, you want to be a dick. Tony's taking some shots, man. Tony's taking some shots at someone. What did the person say to warrant that reaction? Who's he responding to? Is he responding to Sean? Who's he responded to with that? I'll show you it. Because I can't figure it out. Here, look. So, Tony, first 30 minutes is going to be commercial free. Remember Dynamite tomorrow, blah, 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 blah. And then he seems to have responded to someone with this GIF. But it's not actually in response to anyone. AEW Dynamite tomorrow on TBS. And then it's got that GIF attached. But it doesn't. It doesn't seem to actually... I thought it was a response to someone that was winding him up. But it doesn't seem to be a response to anyone. Should we... Oh, it's a bit risky. What should we... It's a bit risky to look at the response. Oh, I don't even know what that one's saying. Oh, there's bad language. How old are you? You're a weird little coke addict virgin. Oh, okay. Man, his notifications must be moody, mustn't they? An actual silver spoon man-child in action. Tell him, Tony! You tell him, Tony! Go on, Tony! I love you, boss man. Oh, who are you? You're weird. I love you, boss man. Unless he's talking about the big boss man. If he's talking about the big boss man, I can get with it. I also love the big boss man. Love you, boss man! Not so much the Attitude Era version, but like when he was wearing the blue shirt. Goated. Oof. Tell you what. I respect how petty this is. Question mark. Bro! Is this because it's your birthday? It is his birthday tomorrow. I think he's saying that to NXT, you know. I could have that completely wrong, but I can't see who he's responded to. I can't see who he's responded to. Who has he responded to? It doesn't say that it's in response to anybody. So I think that might be a shot back to NXT. I really want to do a video on it because people will find that funny. But I don't want to say something that's not true. But I can't see that being as a response to anyone. And people are so excited for tomorrow. Mitchell said, maybe crazy to think, but hear me out. But I think there might be a war tomorrow. No, there isn't. Stop being toxic. Stop being a toxic wrestling fan, Mitchell. Didn't you hear what Edge said? Didn't you hear what Adam Copeland said? If you're like encouraging a war or picking a side, you're weird and you have to go outside and touch grass. Right, here we go. Tony just tweeted, the millionth Dynamite view in the first hour will get $1 million. Do you know what? We're getting closer to stuff like that, aren't we? Do you remember McMahon's millions? Tony's millions? Right, here we go. Tegan and Becky. Let's go. Tony's at war with himself, says Excellence of Execution. Right, I think they really want this to be a real spotlight for Tegan. You can hear Michael Cole talking about, like, Tegan's grandfather. Trying to roll up Becky. Becky reverses, tries to pin Tegan. Becky grabbing the leg of Tegan. Tegan looking for a backslide on Becky. Get up. She's going for a DDT maybe, right inside. Small package, reversed. And coming out. How do you think Roman is going to come? What's Paul Heyman going to sit in someone's corner tomorrow? Oh, I don't know if Roman will be there. They've advertised him for Friday. I mean, if he's there, it'll be a hell of a surprise. I think having Heyman on the show definitely gets people thinking that Roman's a possibility, but I don't think he'll be there. They've got Roman for like X amount of dates, haven't they? His contract is that he'll work X amount of dates. Whether they can get him for like an additional date and if it would be do that. Tegan is gesturing to Becky that she wants the women's title. Becky. 1, 2. Reverse bite. Tegan 1. It's the 1 count. Becky working on the arm. Rolling. Tegan over. Reverse by Tegan. Lots of quick little reversals between these two. Shoulder tackle as Tegan goes down. Looks like a hair extension has come out there by for Becky. She goes against the ropes. I tell you what, Botchamania is going to have so much fun with this episode. Becky circling round. Looking to lock up. And they do kick to the midsection. Tegan going face first into the corner. Becky saying a few words to Tegan there, taking her over the other side. Tegan face first. Tegan again going over to the other one. She's done 3 of the 4. Smash her in the 4th one. Becky has slammed Tegan. Here it is. 4th. Yay! All 4 corners. Well done. Bang, bang. But that takes some skill, man. To be able to grab Tegan and drive her face first into all 4 corners. Now she's ramming Becky into 1. Now she's taking it to 2. Gone. Now she's taking it to 3. Boom. 1 more. 1 more. 1 more. 1 more. No, don't stop there, you douche. More to do. Running over. Uppercut. Now grab her. Finish it off. What's this girl doing? Ruined it. Becky getting back to her feet. Kick coming in there by Big Time. I thought that was a fun little spot then, but we just abandoned it. Becky going over to the corner. Middle rope. Trying to come down. Becky going back into the middle of the ring. Tegan climbing up. Becky coming over. Forearm strike there by Becky. She needs to run faster. It seems like she runs in slow-mo, said Series Game. She's got the knees of like an 80-year-old woman. That's the problem. Becky going against the ropes. Collides into Tegan. Tegan goes into that barricades. Big Time. Ooh, tries to come down, but Tegan moves out the way. Tegan with... Oh, lovely kick, though. Lovely kick. Tegan screaming. Tegan chucking Becky back into the ring, looking for the cover. Kick out. Oops. Vince doesn't own WWE, said Scottish Nightmare. Serious Gaming said she needs to run fast. What days do you see Drew as a world champion? Well, he's been world champion. So, yeah, I mean, he could be a world champion again. So, yes, I could see. I don't know that he is going to win it off Seth, though. But could I see him being a world champ again? Sure. Pedro said, I'm going to be honest, I've been watching WWE for 15 years. Can't see how people find this good. I'm struggling to watch it. Not an AEW Shield, but honestly, both are cold, at least from my point of view, says Pedro. Well, I think that you've got a very credible Intercontinental Champion in Gunther. He is now next week going to be facing a real interesting challenge in Bronson Reed. I think you've got a very credible female champ in Rhea Ripley. So, you know, and Seth Rollins is a big star, big name as well. So I think you've got a lot of good, credible champions. And, you know, we're not even talking about Roman, just talking about what we're doing on Raw. And, yeah, I mean, this isn't a match that's blowing my mind. I think Tegan Nox is pretty cold, to be honest, but I think we're trying to use this match as a way of kind of introducing her. I don't think anyone's expecting her to win this match. So really, this is just an opportunity for Tegan to show what she can do. So it's not really about the performance, about the result here. It's more about the performance. It's more about, can she do some stuff that's going to open some people's eyes? So it's kind of interesting watching it from that point of view. That's what this match is. It's not can Tegan win. It's can Tegan open some people's eyes? Can she impress? That's her job in this match. So I think it's quite interesting to watch this match from that perspective to see if she can achieve that or not. And it's up to you as to whether you think she has or if she hasn't at the end of the match, of course. But yeah, you know, I'm down for the tag match between Sami and Kevin against Cody and Jay. I'm down for that. I think we're doing some interesting stuff with Judgment Day and, you know, what we're going to do with JD, what we're doing with Damian cashing in. I think there's some interesting stuff that's going on. I think this has been a pretty strong episode. So I would say if this isn't appealing, then I think a lot of the recent Raws won't have appealed, to be honest. But I think that we're just in a bit of a period at the moment where we don't have like a real juicy bloodline story. We could really do with something that's like really juicy. I would agree. There's lots of interesting little bits, but there's not that big, juicy, like, oh yeah, this is, like the bloodline was with Sami and Jay and all that stuff. We haven't really got anything like that at the moment. I don't think Judgment Day is that level for me. But I think there's still enough here for this to be a good show. Hence why I'm around that kind of 7.25 range for it. So we'll see. We're about to go back. Can Tegan deliver an impressive performance? Kojiko said, tickle the tickle pickle with the nickel popper slip. Pickled pickle. He Michael Jackson no longer here. He hears a neon Nia, a tomb with a co. Don't even know what that means. But then I never know what Kojiko's messages mean. And a big shout out to you, Kojiko. I hope you are well. Tickling that pickle or whatever it is you're up to. I'm not sure. Jennifer Muppet Baby 99. Shout out to you, my friends. I hope you are well. Hope you are enjoying the action. I love the Golden 80s era. Let's go, Jennifer. I am right there with you. We are in that same boat together. And I often scream along to WWF themes in my car. Today I sang Big Boss Man's Hard Time theme, amongst others, you rock days. Jennifer Muppet Baby 99. Appreciate the support, my friends. That is very cool. Finding someone that really appreciates the golden era and the Big Boss Man, Macho Man, Ultimate Warrior, Hulk Hogan. So many people gravitate towards like the Attitude Era or Ruthless Aggression, and they're good as well. But I just think there was something so magical about the golden era. I think like kayfabe was still around at that point as well. Plenty of people in the crowd kind of knew, but there was always still that. Is it real? I scripted. It's scripted. It's definitely scripted. But those people are still like, is it? There was a magic that was around at that time that I think is lost in later eras. And the characters, Ultimate Warrior, Macho Man, Ravishing Rick Rude, British Bulldog, the tag division with the Legion of Doom and the Rockers and Nasty Boys and Natural Disasters and, oh man. And Andre still around, of course. Bret Hart going solo. Early Bret Hart. Early Heartbreak Kid. Shawn Michaels, early Undertaker. It's goated. I won't have anything bad said about the golden era. It's goated. 85 to 95. WrestleMania 1 going through to like WrestleMania 10. It's goated. So, Jennifer Muppet Baby 99, you keep playing them songs. You keep singing those songs. You keep singing about hard times. Down to Cobb County, Georgia. Right, we probably need to turn our attention back to this. Just in case we get a new NXT Women's Champ. Becky is hung up in the ropes. Tegan collides into Big Time. Big Time gets dragged into the middle. This era is the reality TV era, says Humble Rumble. Well, here we go. Look, armbar being applied by Tegan. Becky is down. Trying to get over, trying to turn around, trying to get a cover on Tegan. Tegan manages to kick out. How long have we got? We got 48 minutes left to go. Big Time goes into the corner. Back elbow by Big Time. She goes up to the outside. Tegan charges over. Becky moves out the way. Kicks coming in. Crowd are a bit quiet, aren't they? I think Becky and Tegan would have appreciated the crowd being a bit hotter. Missile drop kick. Tegan goes down. 2. Shoulder up by Tegan. Shoulder up. Near fall. Got the crowd into it a bit more. So Becky with a missile drop kick. Days wants a live music performance by Vince at Mania doing Stand Back. It's goated, isn't it? Wasn't that like was the 87 Slammies? Here we go. Again, Becky trying to work on the arm of Tegan. Crossbody. Oh, that was quite nice, actually. She grabbed her. That was nice. Fall away slam into a cover. That could be a nice finishing move, you know. But it's a bit Perfect Plex-esque, where you're grabbing someone and throwing them over your head, bridging into it. So good, wasn't it? That was golden era as well. Soon. Becky on her feet. Tegan, middle of the ring. Looking for, crucifix pin. 1, 2. Kick out by Becky. Becky looking for an arm bar. Reversed by Tegan. There's the disarmer. Disarmer is locked in. And Tegan taps. Tegan taps. I mean, I think that match showed that Tegan is not a jobber. I don't know that match was exhilarating to the point where it's like, yeah, this is a... I don't look at Tegan as being the next Bianca or being the next Charlotte or being the next Becky. But I think what that match shows is that she's not the next Dana Brooke. She's not someone that like deserves to be at the bottom of the cards. Put her in a tag team. Put her in a tag team. She could carry the women's tag titles. And who knows, as she's on the roster and continues to grow, maybe she could get to have a women's title run. But like WrestleMania main events, multiple-time women's champion. It's hard to see that for Tegan, I think. Tegan shakes the hand of Becky. The other problem Tegan's got is there's some great women on the way as well. I mean, Lyra is looking good. You know that they're going to push Roxanne. You know that there's Cora Jade. Sol Ruka looks handy. Jade Cargill's coming in. Here's another couple of great women. Indy Hartwell and Candice. Oh, Candice, Indy. Get out. I'd love Indy to have stepped up to Rhea there. Rhea telling Candice and Indy to get out. I need to make an example. I want Shayna next week. Make it happen. Okay. Okay, so she wants Shayna next week. Didn't say it was for the title, though. Here we go. Roman. Roman is coming this Friday. Awkward. Solo and Jimmy making things a little awkward. Didn't win their match, did they, naughty boys? Becky, as the camera cut away, buy my book, buy my book. Did she say that? Because if she did, that's amazing. And if she didn't, she should have. Oh, look at that. Triple H. The season premiere. Sat on his throne. I thought Cody broke that throne. Bow down to the game. Main event is Vince McMahon confirmed for his AEW debut. William said, I'm now going to devour my double whopper. I've heard that about you. When is Cody and Jay? That's our main event. So probably got another match or so to go first. Roman is gonna be beep. Says let him in. I agree. You might have missed it, but Rhea and Drew were talking backstage. Oh, I did miss it. Yeah. When was they were in the background of what? What were they in the background of? Rhea and Drew. 18 minutes ago. In the background of a Ricochet Adam Pearce conversation. A few little... So what have we had today? We've had Nia's ring gear rip. We've had face on the front of Nia's ring gear, which I don't know if I've still got the image, have I? No, I've got that one though. That's a ring gear that got ripped. But there was the face makeup on the front of her gear. Then we've had the Sami theme botch. So we had that as well. Now we've got Rhea and Drew in the background. I'll show you that image. Yeah, let me grab it actually. There we go. So there is Drew and Rhea. I wonder what the conversation is. I mean, I don't think Drew's coming into Judgment Day. So I certainly don't think Drew coming into Judgment Day is what we're looking at, but... It's the way it's framed definitely feels intentional because, I mean, they're right in the middle, aren't they? It's not like we've just momentarily just caught them. Like, they are right there. You can't help but see them if you're a camera crew. So I think there's something... And plus also, look who it is. No? So, yeah, definitely intentional, but... is she trying to allow Drew... Trying to get Drew to allow Judgment Day to cash in? And she's saying something like, if you let us cash in, then we will not interfere in your match or something? I really don't think Drew to judge. It's interesting, though. Yeah, good catch, Mitchell. Good catch. There was the GTS thing as well, wasn't there? People got excited about the GTS thing. You did amazing, Tegan. Maybe I shouldn't be here. I lost. You killed it out there. Here's Katana and Kaden. Here we go. Here's Chelsea. What's happening? Are we having a pity party? Don't ever interfere with me again, Natty. What else? Help me. There we go. Chelsea turn into Piper going, help me. How about next week? Chelsea's loving it in the background. Piper. She proper stirred that up then. Lovely. Lovely. I love what Chelsea's doing. I love what Tony Storm's doing on AEW. But I love what Chelsea's doing over in... you can tell Triple H is in full control. He's famous for them types of segments, says Eric. Natty is aging like a fine wine, says Nunya. Women's tag champ still around, said Davids. There we go. Intercontinental Championship on the season premiere of Raw next week. Rhea Ripley said, I need to get our division in order. So she is going to be taking on Shayna Baszler. What's going on with the season premiere thing? Well, we've had a few things like this before, where they around this time of the year. I don't think they've done it every year, but they have done it the past few years. I think this is the time for like season premieres in America, like new shows starting. Like I know Frasier just came back, so I think a lot of new shows start now. So I think WWE capitalize on that by making out like this is their season premiere, even though their season never ends. Okay, Drew's stepping up to Jay. Oh, here's Sami. Are we all good here? Yeah. Is he going to get involved? Judgment Day. It's go time, Moose. Sami said, don't worry about it. You don't need to tell me twice. Well, I tell you what, there's a lot of moving parts going into this main event, isn't there? Because Drew could make his presence felt here. Any card with D. Bryan on has a fighting chance, says King Kinshasa. Why is Drew mad at Jay? Because he cost him, hasn't he? He's cost him in the past. Like when he was going for the title, like Jay was getting involved with Drew, and he's never forgiven him for that. Even though others are forgiving Jay, Jay is still that guy that was causing trouble on behalf of the bloodline. And Drew is not willing to forget that. Drew does not need Judgment Day, says Jennifer. That's true. But he also does need them to not get involved. If they were to say, like, if you help us out with our Jay and tag team problem, we can stay away and not get involved during your world title match. He doesn't want to be messing around, you know, because don't forget, Damian can cash in. And if Damian and Judgment Day are going to get involved in his world title match, that's a problem for Drew. So I wonder if there's an agreement here of you help us out with our tag title problem. We'll stay away from your world title match. Many speculating. I would think it would be something more along those lines than we're going to bring you into Judgment Day. I don't think it's that. The booking tonight feels like it's got intention behind it. It legit has a different feeling from 90% of Raws from this year, says LS Dub. Sami theme song made a return. I think that was a botch. Rhea was just chatting him up, says Wrestler with Andy. Richard says, do you know that will happen? You know that will happen. Brock is appearing on Friday so he can get another big payday by losing to Roman at Crown Jewel, said Davids. Triton said, this is early for the main event. Is Summit coming after, perhaps? Well, they're definitely giving it time, which is good. And we saw that last week with Gunther versus... I think there was about half an hour left in the show last week when it was the main event for Gunther and Tommaso Ciampa. So, yeah, I think that this is something they're going to look to do going forward, where the main event is going to get about half an hour. So, I don't know. I don't know if there'll be something after. I would imagine they're just going to try and have this bang. There's plenty of commercials that will get in the way as well. Rhea wants the Claymore. Oh, I know what you're saying. You mean penis, don't you? I know what you're saying. Rhea Ripley is talking to Drew to take out Jay. Maybe Rhea just gets around and likes to talk to all these guys, says Justin. Dark Angel said, I guess Rhea and Buddy have got an open relationship. Whatever makes them happy. Last week they cut it short, so maybe they're just trying to make up for it, said Smurfy Toons. Sonny said, my book is good for young and old adults. Buy my book. It's good with a cup of coffee. The thoughts within a collection of pornography. NXT, Undertaker is going to be there. Daisy's favourite wrestler. I do love Undertaker. I don't know if I love Undertaker or Shawn more, though. And consider it, that's pretty mental for me, isn't it? If you think about it. I get asked this question all the time, who's your favourite wrestler ever? My answer is always, like, Shawn for me is my favourite, probably like in-ring and storytelling. But gimmick-wise, it would be The Undertaker. And so I love both of those. And tomorrow, Undertaker is going to appear on NXT, a show that is booked by Shawn Michaels. Like, pretty mental, isn't it? It's pretty mental. So exciting. It's going to be great tomorrow. I need to set the stream up, really. Hello, what's this? No. Oh, for a sec I thought it was Elia. It's Ludwig. I am living art. Ludwig Kaiser is European elegance. This is great. A+ aesthetics and A+ everything. Ludwig Kaiser. Brilliant. But that don't mean nothing if you don't give them wins. Don't mean anything unless you give him some victories. If you want to give him these video packages and build him up as someone, you can't be jobbing him out to people. But that was great. Just like me. European elegance. I connect. I connect with him. I know exactly where he's coming from. European elegance. Like a fine wine that's just maturing beautifully. It's a great video package, but felt very NXT, that, didn't it? They're the kind of video packages you see down in NXT. James said, apparently Wrestle Kingdom 18 main event is going to be Sonada versus Naito. Love Naito. Definitely watching that. The problem is, whenever we got hit with a copyright strike before with New Japan stuff, and even Botchamania talk about how including New Japan content, like, it's a no-go. It's like Nintendo are infamous in the gaming community for really not messing around with copyright strikes and everything. Well, in the wrestling community, it's New Japan. They don't mess around with, they'll just copyright strike you. Which is really stupid, to be honest. Don't know why they wouldn't want to encourage videos being made. 'Cause it just spreads word about their promotion, you know? But they seemingly don't want that to happen. And so, yeah, can't really do watch-alongs for them. Mitchell said, what did the American say to the person from London in the bathroom? I've not heard this joke. What did the American say to the person from London, it's a weird way of wording it, in the bathroom? You're a peeing. Oh. European. was trying to think, like, why couldn't you say, what did the American say to the Englishman in the bathroom? Why did he have to be from London? I feel... What did the American say to the Italian? You do need to be in the bathroom, otherwise the peeing bit doesn't work, does it? What did the American say to the Italian at the urinal? European. European. That works. It's just as funny as well. Imagine someone with a phantom gimmick. Imagine the promos and the vignettes. Don't label it as New Japan. Call it New Asia. We will know. New Asia Pro Wrestling. AEW usually loses audiences out the show. Will that happen tomorrow? Well, I think they're going to struggle being in a different time slot same time slot, different day. But then I think there is intrigues. I think they have done a decent job of putting on quite a strong card. But I just think NXT's card is more eye-catching because of the names involved. You know, AEW are using names that we see week in, week out, whereas NXT have gone and got The Undertaker and John Cena. And we have been seeing a lot of John recently, but you don't see John all the time, and we know he's going to go away again soon. So, like, Asuka against Roxanne, I mean, that's... You know, that's an interesting matchup using a main roster talent coming down to take on an NXT talent. It's hard for AEW to kind of match that. But they've still put on a good, strong show. But I feel pretty good, as do I think most people, that NXT should get the better rating because they're in their usual time slot and they've stacked it, haven't they? So Wade Barrett said, if I was a champion, I would want an easy defense for my first defense. I would want the world to see me like shine and get a bit of a layup, you know, get my feet under the table. He said that is not happening here tonight for Jay and Cody. And that is very, very true. Very, very true. Coach Cody, repeating, I'm a pooping. That's nice. Coach Coach, shout out to you. European. It's a thought-provoking joke, that is, Mitchell. It's a thought-provoking joke. I'm having fun thinking of different ways that I can tell it. Misfit Wrestling podcast said, hear me out. Judgment Day causes a DQ, and then we get a triple threat TLC match next week. Well, I think a triple threat's possible. I don't know that they would want to do a match of that magnitude on Raw. You could do a triple threat TLC at Crown Jewel. This just in, Coach Co AEW debut tomorrow. Wow. We'd definitely watch that. James said William would be in his element if he was pooping in the woods. That's true. I think he does that anyway. Owens ate too much stuffed crust pizza. He's got a constipated look, said David. Victoria said, I'm calling it. Kevin turns heel if they lose tonight. Right. Big shout out to everyone that's joined us. Really appreciate the support. We have enjoyed a solid show, man. A good show. I mean, this thing has got 20 minutes left. Can't believe it. So 20 minutes left to go. And yeah, it's been fun. Zach said, what show are you watching tomorrow? NXT Bay. I genuinely enjoy it more than AEW at the moment. And Undertaker's on it. Cena's on it, you know, Asuka's on it. Braun against Carmelo, I think, is a great match. So, but I don't affect the ratings because I'm watching in Europe. So I'm not doing it to deny AEW a rating or anything, because I'll probably still have it on. Because I have to watch through Fight TV in the UK, which I have to pay for, I think, was it for $6.99 for a month. So they've already got my money. So I'm not affecting their ratings. But it's not a ratings thing. It's just genuinely, I don't want to watch both shows and do that split both show thing, because I've done that before and it sucks. Sucks. It's not fun. You know, there's a lot of little things that have happened tonight that I think really make a wrestling show. So, for example, you know, talking in the background, Drew and Rhea that we've just been talking about, the sound botch for Sami, the ripped gear on Nia, the GTS that Nakamura hit, you know, they're just little things, but they provide a lot of, like, colour for the show. Otherwise, it's just, this is the match, this is the person that won, you know? And the thing is, if you're trying to watch two shows at the same time, you're going to miss out on a lot of that detail on both shows. Really, all you become is you just literally are telling people what the matches are and who's won them. That's it, really. But a lot of that context, a lot of that colour kind of, it's not there. So I think realistically, it is better to watch a show. I would say if you want to watch both, I really would suggest not watching them at the same time. I'd watch one and record the other one. So I just think it makes for a better experience. So I am going to watch NXT. I will still have AEW on, but it won't be a major focus. It'll just be like watching NXT, and then if we go to commercial break or whatever, then, you know, a little glance down, where are we with AEW, what's happening? Or if something massive happens, like they bring out, I don't know, someone. They bring out Dolph Ziggler or something, which I don't think they can even do yet because of the non-compete. But, you know, at least it's there. So I've still got, like, I can still see it. But yeah, NXT, man. I'm super excited for it. I'm going to record AEW and watch NXT tomorrow, said Theodore. Yeah. Or again, you know, I'm not here to encourage, like, ratings one way or the other. So if you want to watch AEW tomorrow and then record NXT, I think if you're a hardcore AEW fan, you're watching AEW. If you're a hardcore NXT fan, you're watching NXT. And then if you're someone that's in the middle that watches both, you're probably going to watch one and record the other and then catch up with the other later. So, because don't forget, it's nothing on Wednesday. I don't know what we're doing Wednesday, actually. A bit of a loss. I'll probably do a video, to be honest. Maybe a video based on... I thought the Wyatt 6 conversation was a really fun conversation. So trying to talk about who could be in Wyatt 6 and flesh that out a bit more. We could maybe do a video on that. Or, of course, we could do a video based on what Triple H's announcement is going to be on Friday. Like, we could do a video on that as well. So there's a few things that we can definitely do videos on for Wednesday. So we won't struggle with anything, but yeah, it's going to be a bit weird, isn't it? Like, both shows are tomorrow and we don't have then anything on Wednesday. Plus, also, I'm going to see if I can do the Wrestling Escape Pod on Wednesday. So I suppose there is hopefully going to be some at Wednesday. That'll be the Wrestling Escape Pod. Right, we've got Kevin Owens throwing in some shots for Jay. Takedown. Jay goes down. Shots coming in by Kevin. Kevin and Jay brawling on the outside of the ring. Shots coming into the midsection there by Kevin Owens. This is for the tag titles. We're seeing Cody and Sami pushing each other back and forth. Now, Sami and Cody are going at it. It's weird, isn't it? Seeing Cody and Sami unloading on each other. But this is for the tag titles. They've said, like, no friends here. Jay is on top of the commentary table. Kevin Owens unloading a few shots on Jay. Now he throws in a big shot there on Cody. Kevin Owens getting back into the ring. Sami popping up as well. We got still got 17 minutes to go here. Sami having a word with Kevin. Sami jumping out the ring. This thing just momentarily breaking down into a bit of a brawl. Kevin with Jay on the commentary table. And now Sami and Cody going at it again. Someone get control of this damn tag team championship match. Well, the ref should have. Big brawl on the outside. We go to commercial break again. Commercial break again. What do you think of the tag division? Quite a lot of bangers recently. Tag division. Not really sold on the tag division. There's a lot of teams that aren't really teams. Like, both of these teams aren't really teams. Like, Kevin and Sami were just waiting for plenty of people thinking they'll split tonight. I don't think they'll split tonight, but I don't think they'll be together for much longer. And you know that Cody and Jay ain't got much of a future either, so I don't know. I feel like the tag division, you've got, like, you know, the Usos aren't together anymore. You got Imperium. DIY have just reunited, so that could be goods. I would say that it's quite a fluid division. I would say that it's a big loss losing the Usos. Big loss. I think some of the teams that are in the division are some great tag matches this year. I agree. But I don't know. It's hard to get too excited about a division when, as I said, a lot of the teams, you know, we ain't talking about that. We ain't talking about the golden era, are we? You know, where we had like Brainbusters and Natural Disasters and British Bulldogs and Nasty Boys and Money Incorporated and the Bushwhackers. Way. That's what we need. That's what this division is lacking. We need the flipping Bushwhackers. Yeah, I'd say that I agree, though. We've had some banging matches this year. If we don't worry so much about the future and just focus on what we've had and where we are, they've managed to deliver some banging matches. Mitchell said, Days, Tony has tweeted they're doing a buy-in tomorrow. Like, I need to check because you might be telling the truth. It wouldn't surprise me if Tony has come out with a buy-in news. I still want to know what he means by that. No, there is a buy-in. There is a buy-in. There is a buy-in. So I thought you was joking. I legit thought you was joking. There is a buy-in for tomorrow's show. Eddie Kingston against Suzuki live tomorrow, 7:30. So what's that going to be on? Where do you watch that? Where do you watch the buy-in? Hang on. Before a huge time-shifted Tuesday night. Time-shifted Tuesday night? What's that mean? It's a bit Matrix, isn't it? First 30 minutes of commercial free, starting at 8 p.m. Eastern. The buy-in is at 7:30. So does that mean they've got half an hour? It says live tomorrow, X, Facebook, YouTube. So I think they're running a buy-in on their social media. Oh, NXT needs a buy-in. This is wild. NXT, it's time for a kickoff show. So, do you reckon he's just come up with that? Do you reckon he's literally just trying to think of ideas now? I really want to know what that comment is. That, okay, you want to be a dick comment? That's crazy, man. A buy-in for a weekly wheat show. I don't blame him for doing it. He doesn't want to get buried. Like, you know, they're going to use that to shout about, make sure you're watching, tune over, TBS. Like, they're going to use their social media. Donald said WWE are going to announce a buy-in with Taylor Swift. WWE should do a buy-in. They've got a massive social media presence, so I'm not down on AEW doing a buy-in, but it's mental how this thing is growing. You know, it's like, what next? And it's like, what next? It's crazy. Title Tuesday buy-in tomorrow. I think WWE has botched a DIY reunion. They're not actually talking about the actual botch where the show ended too soon. They introduced with videos the story of DIY to let people know and care, in my opinion, says Jennifer. I think, yeah, there will be. I would be shocked if there's not a video package that shows what these two got up to down in NXT when they were DIY. I think this week it's just a case of, like, is it true? Are we going to get DIY? And they were sort of like, well, you're going to have to wait and see. But then they got smashed with Imperium. So I think once it's announced that DIY are going to be working together, that it is going to be a thing, I think you'll get your video packages. Right, this match has settled down. WWE will do a pre-show on their YouTube channel, said John. Many fans don't know about DIY. I agree. Tony Khan has announced a 4-hour early start time, said Zoomstat. Apparently the kickoff show started now, yeah? He's just running straight the way through. Super kicks. Kevin Owens is down. He's grabbing the leg of Jay Uso. Jay, bang! Super kick. 3 Golden Age wrestling buddies. Oh, man, they do make some wrestling buddies now on Ringside Collectibles, and you can get, like, old school Undertaker and old school Hogan. Cody back in the corner. Sami charging him. We got 9 minutes left of the show. The war is heating up tomorrow. Cody cutter. 1, 2, shoulder up. Tony Khan buy-in AEW debut tomorrow night. AEW debut. Hang on, what? Is there actually going to be someone making a debut tomorrow? So far, is announced Eddie Kingston and Suzuki. Ring of Honor World and New Japan Strong Openweight title match. Do you imagine if he did have someone that he was bringing in? Not someone big. Oh, Blue Thunderbomb to Cody. 1, 2. Shoulder up by Cody. Shoulder up by Cody. It was a beautiful Blue Thunderbomb. Amazing. Think about how amazing Cody against Sami one-on-one would be. So want Sami to go off on his own and have some singles matches. We know how good Sami can be. That match against Roman was absolutely fantastic from Elimination Chamber. Absolutely brilliant. Oh, shot coming back there by Cody. Sami going back to the corner. Cody charging over. Sami exploder to Cody. Cody goes into the corner. Sami charging over, but Cody grabs him. Bang! Crossroads! Crossroads! 1, 2. Oh, and Kevin makes the save. Fun match this. Feel he is the higher power It was him all along, said here is the thing. Scott said, I was at Elimination Chamber. Oh, man. What an atmosphere. I mean, that thing should just be a B show, but it was cooking, wasn't it? That was such a great main event. And such a great crowd as well. Everyone was talking about that Montreal crowd as being like a crowd of the year. I still think it could be. I think London was good, but I think Montreal might have just had the edge on it. And I think they were good in Puerto Rico as well, weren't they? For Backlash. That was a good crowd. Back body drop there by Sami. Cody is over by Jay. Sami crawling over, gonna make the tag. Tag made. In comes Kevin. In comes Jay. Kick coming in there by Jay. Oh, against the ropes, not quite. Both going for shots at the same time. Jay, super kick, but Kevin catching his leg. Super kick by Kevin. It felt like it was a little bit short. Second one definitely wasn't, though, and that wasn't either by Jay. Kevin goes down. 1, 2. Shoulder up. 5 minutes left to go. These two teams throwing everything at each other right now. Bang, that was a lovely impact. Kevin Owens is down. Jay on the outsides. Climbing up. He's taking his time. Looking for a splash, but Kevin moves out the way. Looking for a stunner. Connects. 1, 2. Oh, Cody makes the save. Cody makes the save. Wow. Don't know where Sami has gone. This match is mental, said Theodore. Match has really heated up, said Mitchell. Over the top, Sami lands on Cody and Jay. Kevin, though, grabbing Jay. Going to look to chuck him into the ring. We're getting down to the final few minutes here. Kevin Owens climbing up. Owens is perched. Oh, knees up by Jay. Boom, super kick by Jay. Boom, super kick. Crossroads connects. Both of them super kicking Kevin. Kevin goes down. It feels like the beginning of the end. Against the ropes goes Cody. Cody cutter connects. Cody cutter. Going for the cover. 2, 3. There we go. Jay secures the pin and the win. So it is a victory for Cody and Jay. Kevin and Sami have been defeated by the new tag team champs. 3 minutes left in the show. 3 minutes left. Will there be anything else? No outside interference by Drew or Judgment Day or anything like that. But we know that Judgment Day have got a tag title match rematch next week. So Judgment Day are going to get a shot at these tag titles. But this has got to be it for Kevin and Sami now, hasn't it? It's got to be the end of the road for that team. They've had their tag title run. It has now come to an end. They've had their rematch. So a little graphic showing Cody and Jay against Judgment Day. There's Kevin and Sami looking dejected. Now we've just got a season premiere reminder. The Ring General. Gunther takes on Big Bronson Reed next Monday. Intercontinental Championship match. As well, next week, Rhea Ripley is going to be taking on Shayna Baszler. As well as that, we also know Cody Rhodes and Jey Uso taking on the Judgment Day. as well. Ricochet against Nakamura. Falls count anywhere. Falls count anywhere. We're just seeing a replay of the end of that main event. Cody almost broken in half, said runners. Well, he's all right. He's on his feet. Jay's on his feet as well. Sami in the ring. Kevin on the outside. Cody and Jay want to embrace, want to shake hands. I don't think Kevin is too interested in doing that. Sami shakes Cody's hand, shakes Jay's hand. Kevin comes in, shakes Cody's hand. Oh, he does. Okay, he does shake Jay's hands. Kevin and Sami holding up the arms as the screen fades to black. So, did wonder if he was going to hit a stunner on Jay there. Didn't. Screen faded to black, and that was that. Do we get another press conference tonight? No, I thought Chad was going to win. I thought he was going to be the one. He could still be the one, but yeah, no win for Chad. Cody Botch, AEW debut tomorrow. Yeah, get in your scores. Honestly, we just got 3 or 4 better matches than Fastlane on a Raw, said Robs. There was some good stuff tonight. There was some good stuff. I enjoyed this show. I thought this was the best Raw I had seen in a while. Right. What do you score WWE Raw? Feel free to put your scores in the chat. I am just putting the options up as well for people on the community tab. So I know people like to vote on there. Okay, there we go. It's Roman Reigns on NXT. What do you mean? It's Roman Reigns is on NXT. Have they announced Roman? The heel's going to beat them up. We've got NXT. NXT tomorrow is going to be sick, man. LD Cool, shout out to you. And still... Yeah, no sign of Jade Cargill tonight, but she is meant to have been at the show today, so she must have just been backstage. A little bit of lag is kind of hitting. I can see that we've got a little bit of lag, but, you know, we're not going to be sticking around too long. See you tomorrow, Anna. Anna, see you tomorrow. Terry said 7.5, definitely a lot better than last week. Mitchell said, I'm still in that 7.58 range. What about you? I was 7.25. I would probably have gone up rather than down, so I might have just finished on a 7.5, but I don't know. I feel quite comfortable at the 7.25 as well. There still wasn't that OMG moment that I was really looking for, but that's to get me into the 8s. No, that's why I'm not in the 8s. I'd be looking for that OMG moment. So I could... This is why I'm 7.25, 7.5. Cody could have broke his neck there. It's a tough finisher to nail 100% of the time, said runners. Triple H has brought his A-game tonight, said Victoria. Days, do you think Punk will be at Survivor Series? Well, I'm leaning towards no. But... it's undeniable that there is noise, and but equally we know that there can be a lot of trolling as well, you know? I know that CM Punk has been tweeting out some stuff or putting stuff on Instagram that's got people excited, but could just be noise, could just be trolling, you know. He could just be having some fun. But there are apparently talks that have been going on, so my belief is they're in talks. They're trying to find a way forward. Those talks may be going well. And, you know, I think it could just be that he's having a little bit of fun at the moment with the fans. So, don't know. I reckon the talks are going well, looking at the signs. But the fact that it's in Chicago doesn't mean anything, because this was clearly booked when CM Punk was still an AEW employee. So they haven't booked Chicago specifically for CM Punk. It's just a nice opportunity. So it just depends as to how those talks are going to go. And really the only glimpse that we've got as to how those talks are going are just by the little things that CM Punk are putting out. But they can easily be trolls. They can easily be, you know, they can easily be, there's plenty in WWE that don't want him in. But undeniable that there's definitely some green shoots there. So we'll have to wait and see. CM Punk tomorrow. Where do you think Raw will move to? I've heard no Amazon is interested in Raw. Amazon's the one I've heard as well. But I've also heard there's a few that are interested. But we haven't been getting much in the way of detail. So Amazon may be the front runner just because I keep hearing that a lot. But apparently there's a few that are in for it. Meltzer said CM Punk may join or he might not. It depends how plans change. They had said Chicago when he was in AEW, but it is perfect now. Yeah, that's true. I mean, I think let's just watch it unfold. Let's just watch it unfold. It's already doing a lot more than I ever expected it would. So already it's doing more than I expected. The fact that both sides are in talks, it could just be to find out what he wants. It could just be a fact-finding thing, find out how much money he's looking for, where his head's at. Is there a way of working together? You know? But the fact it's even got to that stage is... You know, if you are someone desperate to see him coming into WWE, the news at the moment is only encouraging. It's only encouraging. So we'll see how it plays out. But I want Punk, but I want Punk clean and workable. What are you watching? NXT or AEW? NXT. NXT, baby. Keep an eye out for Punk QR code, said Justin. CM Punk may appreciate how much more professional WWE is after his AEW experience and get that WrestleMania main event and some great stories. WWE wasn't as great during his first run than it could be now. I really think Ludwig Kaiser will be the one that dethrones Gunther, says Liam. Base Coaster said, hope Cody is all right. It was a pretty nasty landing. He looked fine. Michael said, if Punk returns at Survivor Series, I think he winning the Rumble and will face Rollins at Mania, which sets up a cash-in during or after the match. Did you ever need to watch two things before, or is this the first time? No, we had to watch two things because NXT and AEW every week were going head to head. So you had to watch them both, or every week you would be watching one show and then like a DVR in the other one, you know? And that's just not really practical every single week. So we was having to watch both at the same time, but that experience taught me of how much you miss when you try to do that. So it's just not a good way forward. Ludwig and Vinci are great wrestlers, but it seems tag teams are just henchmen for the single star, so they lose more. Juan said, how long have you been doing the lives? 2018, but the channel's been around since 2016. And I would have done lives long before that if I could have. But it wasn't possible because I was still working in retail. Jim said, no one is going to dethrone Volta. He will surrender the championship after he becomes world champion. SG said, who wins the ratings tomorrow? I think it'll be NXT, but I think AEW are doing whatever they can to make it as close as possible. Liam said, I forgot to say, I went to West Ham last week against Sheffield United, and there was advertisements for a WWE show in July, but it was Superstar Spectacle. There was advertisements for a stadium WWE show, but it was Superstar Spectacle. That doesn't make any sense. Did you get a picture of it? Superstar Spectacle. They haven't announced a stadium show for the UK, have they? Superstar. I mean, there was a Superstar Spectacle in India back in September. That's the only Superstar Spectacle I'm aware of. I mean, why would you advertise a show that has not yet been announced? I could believe that they would be back in the UK next year doing a stadium show. That's no-brainer, is it? After Wembley, I don't see that as being a controversial, no, it'll never happen type thing. Yeah, definitely. Both AEW and WWE are trying to, lock down or get a foothold in the UK market. So definitely I can see that, but nothing has been announced for a show like that. On the outside of the ground, it was LEDs at Seth, Kevin Owens, Sami, Judgment Day, July 2024. I'll send you pics tomorrow, but nothing anywhere else. Oh my God, send me the pictures. Send me the pictures. That's a big news story, potentially. July 2024. I've not seen that picked up by anybody. I've not seen anybody talking about that. Have I missed something? Have I missed There's not been a press thing on that, has there? No? Nothing? I agree. AEW is more focused on not getting squashed. Imagine 400, 500 for Dynamite. Did you enjoy Raw tonight? I did. I enjoyed it. I gave it an 8, says Kashawn. I think the Cody 1D should be called the Usi Cutter. Usi Cutter. They did it separately, Days, so they don't have to face each other for the views, as we know, until this week. They do run on different days, and it's better for it, in my opinion. Both promotions, both NXT and Dynamite, both get like wrestling fans' attention on those days. If they go up against each other, you are either forcing people to choose or forcing them to try and watch at the same time, which is never as good, or DVR one and whatever. But some people just don't have time for that. Some people just want to come home and watch something and, then go to bed and then worry about tomorrow. So it's better for both that they're on the different days. This is definitely not something that either side, I think, is going to want to do long term. But, it's I believe it's just be a bit of a one-off this week. So not a good card for AEW tomorrow compared to NXT, said Wan. Liam said, yeah, I've not seen it anywhere, but I got the pics. I thought it was crazy. Oh, God, send them over. Send them over, but I'd love to have a look at those. Here's the thing, Meltzer deep inside wants NXT to flop against AEW. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe. I can't really speak. I don't really listen to too much of Dave Meltzer. I used to listen to his radio show a little bit, but I just haven't seen it. It hasn't been recommended to me for a while. What would you rate the show? For me, 7.25, 7.5. I think I don't like to tend to go into the 8s unless there was like an OMG moment, something that really made me go, wow, like, oh my God. I thought the main event was fun. I like Bronson Reed going up against Nakamura. I like Drew going up against Seth. These are things that I like. I'm really impressed with them. But this was a solid show, deserves being in the 7s. And for me, if I'm going to get into the 8s, I want OMG. Give me a call up, give me a return, give me something that's just a little bit more than, because we went into it asking who's going to be the next challenger for Seth, so we knew someone was going to step up, and it turned out to be Drew. Brilliant. I'm pleased with it, but it's not enough to get me into the 8s. But all the matches were solid. I enjoyed the Viking match. I thought it was good. I mean, I don't think there was a match I didn't enjoy. I mean, even Becky and Tegan, I mean, that was fine. Main event was good. JD and Drew was fine. It was good. There was, it's a real good from start to finish, solid offering. I think whatever that was good, that was solid, really enjoyed it, whatever that is on your out of 10 scale, that's going to be your rating. For me, that would work out at like a 7.25, 7.5. And so that's why I'm about a 7.25, 7.5. I think it's one of the best Raws I've seen in a good few weeks, to be honest. So, yeah, good. When AEW and NXT were head-to-head, they were doing 700 and 600 respectively. The week NXT moved, AEW did 1.2. WWE viewers not realizing NXT moved. Well, that gives us a bit of a basis as to what we might expect, 700, 600. I mean, that's going to have to be a big jump in it for NXT, because normally they're doing 800, but yeah, it's going to take a knock because they're going up against AEW. All of a sudden, there is another wrestling show for people to watch if they want to watch it. So NXT have countered with bringing in The Undertaker, bringing in John Cena, bringing in Asuka. You've already got Becky as champ. They've countered because they know what the numbers were when they were going head-to-head with them. And they know that they need firepower, and they've got it. So I think it does the million, but that is a big jump from 600,000, isn't it? But saying that, I think NXT is in a better place than it was then as well. I think NXT has been cooking in recent weeks, and I think people know it, and it's consistently been getting 800,000. So it's going to be very, very interesting. Very interesting to see what it gets. But I'm feeling pretty good for it. AEW Dynamite mounts an in-ring debut trios tag with Alvarez and Tony Khan against fake Vince, Triple H, and Nick Khan. Down for that match. Definitely down for that match. Right, I'm going to run away. I'm going to shoot off. Don't forget, we are back tomorrow. I am going to try and start nice and early. I'll try and get the stream set up tonight and everything. It's a big show tomorrow. I mean, we could be starting and probably will start at like 11 UK time, which is 6 Eastern. Good chunk of time for us to really get our teeth into whatever people want to talk about, chuck some theories around, chuck some thoughts around, have a look at the cards. Really get stuck into a few bits and bobs. We can probably watch the kickoff show as well, AEW kickoff show, because that's on the internet. And, I don't think there's anything else on, unless WWE are going to respond with their own kickoff show. But I don't know. That's why we'll have a see what's happening tomorrow. So yeah, excited. More people seemed pumped about and seemed excited for the pay-per-view. So should be a real fun one. So yeah, thanks a lot for joining us. I hope you enjoyed the stream. Really do appreciate people stopping by and sharing their thoughts. and being involved in the conversation. As we said, we're going to be back tomorrow. And if you don't normally watch NXT or AEW, I'd recommend that you give it a go tomorrow. It's going to be a big, big show. So have a great evening wherever you are, and I will see you again next time. Bye for now.